Welcome to the official Flat Earth Prison. All inmates here will not have a wrench, and all the guards will have a wrench. And the only commandment for the people who hold wrenches is don't abuse the prisoners. Don't abuse the prisoners. It's Flat Earth Corrections.
When you're going to school, like children actually only like see two things when they're like in preschool or whatever. It's the globe, and I guess you give the apple. So it's kind of contradicting our religion over what science has actually brought us through. So it's kind of crazy, but I totally feel where you're coming from.
So let's see.
I'm just gonna say this, man. This is an awesome bill. We talked on a lot of stuff. Now, Masterpiece was building on a lot of deep stuff, and I agree with what he was saying. Actually, my brother Subtle Infinity got a couple of videos building just what the brother was saying too. So I do agree with all of that. Man, if it go mainstream in a certain light with the wrong person misrepresented, and yo, it can be detrimental. That's a fact. But I'm gonna also say that videos like the one I talked about earlier shouldn't be made until we kind of deal with it amongst each other first, though. But I want y'all to check that video out if you didn't. But it's it rubbed a lot of us the wrong way. I don't want to be a dead horse, but I think they know what it is with me on that one, man.
I think that when it comes to video, I did watch it, and I think that when it comes to videos like those, they just kind of, like Logic said, they just kind of expose themselves because there's a type of energy that's put out when you try to be deceptive.
So welcome to the jail cell. Welcome to Globe Hell. This is where you come when you just cannot fit in or understand the conversations that are going on. Flat Earth community. This is where you come when you are not fitting in the globe community, and it's also a place where you come and you get a chance to moderate the globe heads. Now there are a few moderators here who are not flat earthers, not quite yet. I'd say to them it wouldn't even matter. They wouldn't care whether it's flat or spherical. They might not even make a distinction between whether or not it's flat or round. But one thing that I know that they're good at is they're good at not abusing people and not unnecessarily cutting people off.
But it's like, with all this shit that's
special guests.
You think that
maybe I should bring China Miss Jones on.
Charge you for not wearing a
so was the devil.
Decision. But it's once again, it's a
have you ever seen a meteor, Bill Hicks?
It's a way to keep us following every dictate that they give us. So if we want to stay up to Alaska, if we want to stay up to Antarctica, that should totally be the fact that we can't. Shows you the censorship. So we're not trying to say like in that video. We're just saying open your eyes and think.
Hold on. You was coming in and out, Master. You said we're not trying to say in that video and you dropped out.
Oh, sorry, man. I was just basically saying that.
Oh no! I've got to go get some cigarettes.
Say to come to our
damn
culture, anything like that. We are just trying.
Of course, they're ready, China.
That we have the right to question.
Because this is actually a domain where you have a very strong voice. You've been studying the sun. You've been studying the phenomena in the sky for a very long time. You have a lot of footage on the subject, so you probably crush a lot of globe heads.
I can't believe, we got a lot of thumbs down. what I'm saying is,
I definitely believe you would crush a lot of the globe heads, and you might even be able to figure out if our boy TJ is a globe head or a flat earther. A cigarette fetcher app. Yeah,
that subscribe to that and can't see the value in what a lot
we'll
of
invent that app. You can start working on it. I'm working on this one right now. I'm working on this app.
everybody in this community.
It's 7:58
Everything say or do or
flat
not.
Earth time,
I just don't
baby.
want to get us caught up in making a bunch of videos about each other. But there's already a bunch of global issues
I'm
doing
gonna
that.
send China Miss Jones's link.
Video coming up and
I have a lot to offer only to the ones who have an open mind. Well, everybody here will have an open mind because we have a lot of good moderators who will shut them down if they start chatting with a closed mind.
Like I was saying, this is flat earthers with
Let's see.
their face and tattoos all over their body. This is a Van Halen. This is flat earthers who listen to gangster rappers and grip sets and blood sets. This from flat earthers that's country and down.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Maybe we could get him over here eventually
East Coast. And it's so
and just ask him a simple
you
question.
can't start to
Do you believe the Earth is a globe,
treat it
or do
like
you believe that it is flat?
it can get dangerous when
See
we
what
also
see how he
start
responds.
putting
In
ourselves
fact, I might
like the government trying to do so they can target
even
us.
send him a message.
You know what I mean? We just a bunch
Get
of
some people to
ignorant
flood
people
his chat
found
room.
out that the damn earth flat. Now that's been
Flood his
gained
chat
because
room
of the
saying,
McGrath
asking him
family
whether or
and
not the
warned
Earth
us
is
so that
flat
we're not gonna still be
or a
flat.
globe.
And that it wouldn't, you know, you still gonna be
Do a
beat
video
down.
on
So
it.
when I see these kind of videos that's kind of, you know, holding people to standards that they ain't holding themselves to, or critiquing anybody that's putting in his work on any level.
All right. I don't know if you've been able to hear, but we have people, now being afraid of showing their face or being afraid of people who do not show their face. But the ability to go facelessly or anonymously is something that I guess you could say should be earned, but at the same time, it should be respected at any time when a person might decide to present their face to you with their message. As long as they're willing to connect their self to the message, you should be able to respect whatever their message is. Don't attack all people who decide to hide their face from you. They might just be some hideous people who don't want to be seen. Because who wants to listen to some hideous person? it's almost like a mark of respect sometimes when people don't show their faces to you. They don't show their faces to you. Like some people's face, I don't want to see because it's not necessarily pretty. Now I'm not saying that my face is not pretty or handsome, whatever you want to call it, but my drawings, I think they're beautiful. I drew it in 5 seconds. That's my penguin, Monica. That's the warden of this flat earth jail. So if you're in here, you're in flat earth corrections, 1 or 2 rules, and that is, well, there's actually 1 rule: don't hack. No hacking. If you get found for hacking, then you're definitely gonna get banned. 1 cigarette for that. Move it all around here. I don't know what y'all can hear, what you can't hear. But that's what you get. Flat Earth Jail, Flat Earth Correction. And so all my moderators are, I give you much love. I will definitely be paying you. I will pay you for your service. Keeping these globies in order. Flat Earth Corrections. I want to get back on that paddle. It was a hack that I'd had that allowed me to be on 2 calls at once. I need to go ahead and do the OBS method.
I usually on the panel with Dread, you exposed. Great panel you had tonight. It's my first time on. I appreciate you letting me on. I just like to quote on something. I think,
Alrighty, all right.
Got something going on. We're spending so much money into this hydrogen collider.
I hope you guys can hear this.
So there's a lot of things going on there as far as the Mandela effect as well.
But since this is a correctional facility, I really don't care about your grievances. Whatever your grievances are, it really don't matter. I'll get to them, one at a time.
So thank you for leaving me on the panel. Brett Sanchez, you're awesome. I hope I can get back on again.
Hell yeah.
I'm glad to have all of you on. And it's been an excellent show.
But we had to learn to pick people apart to the point where we know when they are attempting to be intellectually dishonest with us.
Y'all make me better. Y'all give me comfort for my live stream better. You mind if I shout out my kids' channel, Bro Sanchez?
Yeah, shout it out, my brother. That's what we want to get it out here. Hopefully I can help you with that too.
Okay, yeah, what I'm doing is I got a kids' channel coming out. It's called Logic for Kids. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be a show led by kids, for the kids. So now I'm just here to make my daughter comfortable. But as I started doing a lot of talking to my daughter about not just flat earth, but all truth, I started seeing that because she got indoctrinated, she had more common sense than actually I gave her credit for initially. So now the thing that I'm doing is that we're going over basic.
All right, so back off Flat Earth Corrections. This is really not necessarily a place for kids, but we go do our best to keep everything kid friendly. So I'm gonna do my best not to cuss anybody out, but as the warden, remember, I do have the right to cuss your ass out. But other than that, I'm talking to you like a very respectable citizen. And we're gonna minimize all levels of abuse here in this correctional facility. In this cell, there will be very, very little fighting. And the great thing about it is you don't have to be in this jail cell. You kind of leave whatever you want to, but you can't because you don't wanna. We're talking about some powerful stuff. I would try to get. I'll promote it.
Because, like you said, you start from the bottom. I start from the top, we meet in the middle. But shout out to my brother Bo Jackson. My brother Bo Jackson said, to Bro Sanchez live to the mods in the panel, the chat room and the flat earth family. Peace and love, black power. Black power to Bo Jackson. Thank you for the donation, Bo. And this goes Lucky Savage. And I just want to say that, you know, this community is what's up. And you know, with everything.
Let's see. Let's promote. Oh no, this is what? This is the channel. Oh no, this is the channel he wants me to promote. Is he serious? Oh no, sorry, sorry, bro. I'm not gonna promote that on my channel because it's nothing. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Sir, you gotta at least put something there. No way. Gee Willikers. I thought I saw something here. All right, he's about to get out of here anyway. Big up to Machiavelli the second. Peace, food, clothing, and shelter. I guess what's really interesting is it seems like what I hope is that everybody is having a good agenda. So we got the official flat of corrections and his biatch. Excuse me, all the children. I hope none of you are tuning in right now. Because you're a child and you made it to flat earth corrections, your parents raised you wrong. Raised you wrong. A lot of us, even your warden, I was raised wrong. Let's check out my brother Joseph Gray. Right?
It's just human bones mixed with ape bones, and we've been doing this for 150 years now, being exposed regularly.
All right. We're about to do some magic real quick.
If you just keep telling the thing over and over,
remind you of why this is called corrections, because we're about to correct one thing.
bunch of dinosaurs
All
that are
right.
huge, the size of buildings, right? So I went to see, are any
Got that
real,
corrected.
any bones real? And my wife was like,
What are you seeing? What are you looking at
they are real. Look at them.
in jail right now?
Both of them said, no, sir, those are, as you said,
Letter of
plastic.
corrections.
And I said, what's the reason? Why can't you just, oh, because of the elements, and we don't want people touching them.
You're looking at,
They have
tuning into my brother Joseph Green
just to avoid the historical
out of the
value.
UK.
We need to put them away somewhere. And I'm thinking, where the hell do you have these huge bones? Where's the warehouse? I like to go see. So, do they have real bones somewhere?
No, I mean, even longtime paleontology students have come out saying that they're trying to get a glimpse of these, but because they were critical of the establishment, they aren't allowed to see them either. Basically, it seems like unless you're indoctrinated enough, or unless you've been brought into the secret societies and told the truth anyway, that you're not going to get into the higher echelons of this kind of stuff anyway. So, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he knows the earth is flat and motionless. He's a Freemason, and he's doing a job, an acting job, where he propagates this deception onto you guys. And the high-level dinosaur people, it's the same thing. They know that dinosaurs don't exist. But the bones, supposedly the real bones are kept locked away, but they just give you plaster of Paris. If there were real bones, you could put them behind solid bulletproof glass, whatever you want, but show us the real thing. No, I can't do that.
But they show us petrified wood. I mean, the lunar rocks.
That's right, which have now come out to be fake, right? These moon rocks that Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin gave to museums around the world have now been
So let's check in.
found to be just
Let's see
petrified wood
what prisoners have
somewhere.
reported
So, yeah,
and what probationers have
they've been
reported.
exposed as complete hoaxes.
All right,
but
welcome
the
to Globe
public is
Hell.
being duped by things like museum
Bill Hicks
displays
says,
of
I
fake
missed you.
bones and whatnot to make us believe
The
that
inmate always
these
shows up.
giant reptiles.
Let's see.
So what dinosaurs do for
Link didn't work.
evolutionists
Your trusty Bill
is they
Hicks.
provide the stepping stone
It's good
from
now. So what's the
lizards
devil?
and
What?
fish and non-flying
Well, then,
things
hello.
to
All right,
flying
China Miss
lizards
Jones is
and
here.
then
Years
reptiles
alone.
turning into
Oh,
mammals.
they went
So
back.
they've got
Okay, have
these
you
links
seen the
in
meteor?
the
Bill
supposed
Hicks.
evolutionary
Bill
chain
Hicks. Meteor,
that they
right?
don't have fake
Meteor
answers
shower.
for, so they've had to come up with them along the way.
Well, no,
And
the panel
so,
is not
they
away
say
from
that
it.
Big Bang happened
It's
and
not open
nothing
up.
came,
Just in your head,
everything
there's
came
nothing
from
between
nothing
these.
for
I'm
no
kidding.
reason due to gravity, their God.
So maybe I would need to
All
invite
this
TJ
explosion, which
Flatter of
not only
Corrections.
this explosion would destroy things.
I
This
would wait
explosion
and let
created
him
things.
hear
It
about
created
what
everything
you're
somehow
doing.
out of
I
nothing.
bet
So it's a
he'll come around.
creationary
All right,
explosion.
let's wait on him.
All this
And Pearson
debris
Bill
which
Hicks,
came out of nowhere and
you're
nothing.
called
Now,
purple
what is this
pillars.
debris? What is
All
it?
right.
Well,
Yep,
it's
that's what we
the
call
later
you, purple
elements, I guess,
pillars.
hydrogen, helium. Okay, whatever.
China
And then
Mrs.
somehow
Jones,
they
we should
become
do a
greater
one
elements,
together and
then
make sure
bigger,
he
heavier
gets it.
elements, and they start
Period.
spinning
I'm
around,
sorry,
and
I'm
they
being
become
facetious
these
yet
planetoids,
hateful.
lifeless. Oh, but then
Bill
somehow
Hicks and you
water
silly
forms,
troll.
the elements come together, and somehow
China
through an
Mrs. Jones,
intricate
bottom line is people, whether they
meandering of
believe or
these
do not
elements,
believe in the flat earth theory,
consciousness and life and
that's the
intelligence
last of
somehow
our
comes
worries
into
right
play.
now.
Oh, now there's
Nemesis star
living
system is a
organisms,
huge,
and then
life-changing,
somehow they reproduce, and
binary,
those two
planetarium,
somehow that they
solar.
simultaneously manifested, I guess.
China Miss
Sexual
Jones,
revolution
that's
started
deep.
happening, and then the
Solar
species
system.
started changing.
Okay.
And they
I
had
cannot hear
names.
Brother Sanchez. I have more respect for those that show their face.
How is there
I have
two
to.
of anything? How is there
I
one
can.
of anything? They can't explain that.
Hold on.
They
Let me
just skip
see.
over that in one
Incoming
sentence in
video
the textbook
call.
and hope that you don't ask questions. Oh, and okay, so then it's
Are you
multicellular
there?
organisms, and then it's the a fish say in the water somehow. Okay, now we're up to
Yeah.
fish now.
Yes,
And then
sir.
the fish somehow crawl up onto land, and they don't die like every fish you've ever seen that jumps out of the water. Somehow it lives.
All right. I'm not gonna let you
Lungs. It mates somehow.
inmates
The
see
offspring
everything.
live, and then the offspring have magically mutated into air-breathing fish-like amphibians now, and then the
Well,
amphibians turn into
and Pearson
reptiles,
says is
and then-
rehab.
and then
Yes,
we get the
I
flying-
understand it's
that's where the
rehab,
dinosaurs start coming in. We got a flying pterodon,
but the way we
pterodactyl,
correct,
we like that word, terra. Terra means earth.
at least as far as I understand,
So it's a flying dinosaur.
is with
And then we
with
got
like
dinosaurs
prison
that
or
supposedly have
jail.
feathers that they're trying to convince you of.
Isn't
feathers
that
that
the
fossilized
American
65
way?
million years
Let's see,
ago.
China,
And now we
Mrs.
have
Jones
proof
Bill. I've
that
been labeled crazy
dinosaurs
for almost
were the
5 years now.
evolutionary link
I
to
tell
feathered
them,
birds. Again,
hold
these have
on.
been exposed as hoaxes if you look into them. I won't get into it here. But then suddenly a meteorite comes. And what does a meteorite do besides reinforcing their bullshit spinning ball infinite universe? It does away with all of these supposed
Picture of the
dinosaurs who
guy.
have existed, and cockroaches and frogs and other lizards and all the other stuff that's still alive today.
Right.
Those were able to survive the meteor.
Let's
But
see.
somehow all those big, giant, ridiculous lizards that with their own weight and whose bones couldn't possibly support
Give
their
yourself
massive
more
structure.
credit. Bill, I've been nuts for speaking the truth. Let's see what this is, man.
First
Let's see, it was
dinosaur
my
bone
first time
discovered
conversing with
shortly
them.
after the idea of evolution was introduced. So it's just a convenient, these supposed transitional forms, dinosaurs, the ape man, human man, all this stuff. This is just what they need to make their evolution ideas seem plausible. And they fabricate the supposed evidence for you to make you believe in it. But when you look into the actual physical evidence that exists for these supposed transitional forms or the history of the adaptation of species, have there ever been a species that turns into
I
a
guess I
larger
can let you
species?
guys see this, but
Macroevolution? No,
I guess this is
never happened.
Warden only business.
Microevolution, minor adaptations within species, sure. But this is what they're trying to turn into macroevolution of everything that exists evolving from everything else that did exist, evolving from nothing and a big bang. So they get you to believe that the amazing connectivity, beauty, diversity of nature and the natural world, the intelligence, everything around you somehow came from nothing
All
for
right.
no reason and out of an explosion that created it, and then it just like evolved for no reason to have consciousness, life, and intelligence and have all this order and beauty and diversity that
All
we have.
right.
It's just by coincidence. It's random. Yep, it just happened. So what does this do? It's a nihilistic, atheistic cosmology that makes you a speck of dust. It makes God irrelevant.
Okay.
It makes him impossible. It makes
Excellent.
you a purposeless accident of an explosion that just happened to be now. So how would you live? How would you live your life when you believe of cosmology? Well, it's all about me. Nothing really matters. So I might as well just have a good time.
All right. Let me catch up on these comments.
Consume. You know, just
Let me
which is
pop this
exactly
out.
the
So
way society is set up, and the way that the people who control society and who have fed you this myth for centuries anyway.
get
That's
the
what
rest
they
of these
want. That's why
comments.
you behave this way and think this way. And that's why you scoff at people that know that they were intelligently designed by an intelligent designer. That's why you scoff at people that know that we're on a flat, motionless Earth, and you laugh your hearty and spinning ball Earth or laugh, where you think that you know something because you've seen CGI pictures and you believe that that guy Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'm working on
And I
this
tell people this, they say,
code,
Mel, so if you're not religious, then
but I know you
you
don't
must
want
be
to see
atheist.
that. So
And the answer is absolutely not. I have never been an atheist. And yes, I abandoned organized religion a long time ago because I don't think that I should have a toll booth on my path to enlightenment. But essentially, what Eric is saying
every
is
jail has
you
to have a
throwing
prison.
chalk on a blackboard and expecting the word
I
God
mean, a
to show
television.
up. I think that's more probable than what they're
Give
saying.
you some
But
distractions.
by looking at the species, by looking at consciousness, by looking at everything that
Let's see.
surrounds us, to come from an explosion, I just still cannot get it. So yes, I think they're trying to get us to believe that we are insignificant, utter dumb
All right.
slaves that have no hope, so that we can just go
Let's
to work
see.
8 to 5 paradigm and just
It's
be
not.
too occupied to ask questions. But I
Okay.
have a
It's
question.
not jail.
Probably half an hour
I don't know
later,
how
we
many
have
of my subscribers are
something
up,
called
but I'm
the
going to go
Pinochet
ahead and put
Agreement,
you out there. I'm
and
going to
it's
tweet and
by
Google this
UNESCO.
stream.
They consider it as
Thank you,
important as Machu
China Miss
Picchu
Jones.
in Peru. Not a lot of people
We
know
already
this, but this
live
is
in
the
jail on this earth.
greater,
Exactly.
let's call it whatever,
When they leave
whatever
here,
it
Aaron
must be,
Pearson, they
where
will
the Apollo 7 astronauts
leave out
practiced
into a
before
flat
going
Earth
to the moon. These craters are what look
plane.
to be like craters. What are they then?
Yeah. So
It
there's
is
things that
open
they
air
call
concentration camp with
craters,
illusion of
which
freedom.
are holes
Yes.
in the
I've ordered
earth,
every flat
like
Earth video for
a
2 years. I
shape,
completely
and
ignored
there's
it.
little
I don't know
edges
how I
kind of
finally located one, but I
up
did.
above
Now I'm
the rest
fascinated,
of
but not
the earth
completely
around them
convinced.
there.
Okay,
So
we hear
in
you,
one
Bill
way,
Hicks.
it looks like it could
A
have
Wessel
been
paranoid
caused
flat Earth
based on
true
an
28
impact
meters thrown
from
from
above.
airplanes.
Though another
Okay,
way it could be is say like
maybe I
a
should give this
gas
guy a
bubble
wrench.
from below, and that
Meteors are
same kind of
fireworks
shape could result in
airplanes with empirical evidence.
shape from something
Bill
like a
Hicks, that's your
phenomenon
answer
that's
right
below
there.
just as well.
Like a sinkhole.
Like a sinkhole. And if it was from, say,
There it
a rock,
is.
burning rock from outer
However,
space,
some
there should
prisoners have
be
longer chains because of
huge. I mean,
fancy
the
jobs with
rock
more
itself should
cash that
still be
enables
there
them
if
to
it caused
travel
that big of a
farther plus
depression,
extra
and there
electricity.
should also be
It doesn't take away the
huge
fact that
chunks of
we
it
are
everywhere.
enslaved,
Yet
where
none of these
media is not
supposed
spotted
crater
before
sites
airplanes
have
existed.
anything of the sort. Ball
Like
sitting in a
my
hole, or
medias.
even
Yes, I
gigantic
lost you.
shards that we can
You
see
lost
some
me?
look
Oh
at.
no, okay.
Only again
No sound.
little pieces that they claim. Oh, this is
Ah,
a meteorite. Just
yeah,
like
that's what I
like
did for
from the
the
rocks.
prisoners.
And same with
That's
the
what
craters
happens.
on the moon.
But
If you look at the
the
moon with your own
moderators
eyes
kind of have
with
to
a
suffer
telescope, there
with
are
the,
hotch
I guess the
marks of
rehab
some
is
kind
like,
there. But it's a
they were all in the
photo
crazy
image,
house,
and they
kind of,
say that
kind
there
of.
are craters
So much love to the
formed during
moderators because
meteorite collisions.
we're dealing with
I mean,
people
this is
who
just an
need a lot of
explanation that
help.
you come up with as a possible explanation, but
I'm
there's no
awake.
physical
Doesn't make
evidence for
things
that.
that
None of us have
don't make
ever
sense
seen
though.
a
Blah,
rock
blah,
come
no
from
sound.
space and collide with the Earth, make a
Wait
huge
a minute.
explosion, and then show us the rock sitting there so that we can verify that, yep, that was a
I hear
big
you.
ass
Still
rock that
could
just
have
came
taken
from
his
outer
time to
space.
just showing some
It doesn't
support
exist. We
stuff
don't actually
and
have that physical
when.
evidence to prove that
Thank
such a
you.
thing exists.
So as we see around the world, these lights that represent Russia after years
And does not
China
like the
after
word
years.
inmates.
What are
I
these?
will do what I can
Yeah.
and to find a better
Shooting
word.
stars, like
I
I
don't
said,
want you to
stars aren't
feel
actual terra firma. So when you see a light shoot from
messed up.
somewhere
Let's
to
see.
somewhere
It's
else,
kind of a joke,
simply a
really.
trace of the light
Sarcasm.
shooting. It's not a rock in outer space coming back somewhere.
No, but the ones in
Party
Russia
at
that actually
Camp
broke
FEMA. Woo
school
woo.
windows and
What?
detonated, it almost felt like an
What the
explosion.
fuck?
Yeah.
Good
And then you've
sense
got
that
these
old
ones
tech
where
is
you
frozen,
can see
hidden
from
in ice
space from
somewhere.
Russia. It
Those
seems
ice
like from
crystals.
gas-powered camps.
Don't
You'll
forget
see
the Nazi UFO base
burning
filled with
balls of
purple
something
pills. Okay.
coming, and yeah, the
Initiates. Okay, I can take that.
crashed
I can
windows.
take
These,
that, Ann Pearson.
these I think are some
Initiates.
sort of
This is
military
corrections.
thing that they're
And in our
shooting
correctional
to
facility,
make
we
us
don't
believe
call
that
you
meteorites
inmates.
exist,
We call you
because they're always coming
initiates.
down at an angle like
So
they
we
would
don't
shot
mate
from a
you.
plane. If meteorites
We
existed and we were on a spinning ball
initiate you.
Earth, then meteors should be shooting in every single direction
Vitiate.
possible, not
High jump.
always from the exact same
LOL.
direction coming down
Bill
onto the
Hicks,
Earth.
this
There
dude,
should be
Eric,
meteorites
I've
that go
seen him
upwards,
looking for
and ones that
money.
go diagonally
That's what I
upwards
expect.
or horizontal and
Can't
go
hardly
the
hear
other
it,
type
Brother
of way. We
Sanchez.
don't see that.
Right.
So I'm quite skeptical of
Die. Oh,
meteorites or
Die
asteroids
Glocke
or any
Nazi
sort of thing
Bell.
that they claim
Some
is up there floating
strange,
around and comes
interesting
down here
theories for
and
sure.
destroys
Okay.
dinosaurs. There are other myths.
By the
They
way,
like to
I
use
do
the myths in
speak a
conjunction with
little
that.
Two
German.
more questions. No, I'm sorry, finish. You
See,
stay.
Yes.
every
So
Dubai and
as far as
you
the
mean
Russian
Dubai
ones,
isn't
I would
putting up
tend to think
billboards and
those
so
are
forth.
some sort of military experiment, some sort of weapon or
He
something
also
like
isn't
this.
selling paintings,
Because
maps,
you
and
don't see
coffee
them all
mugs
over the
for
world. You just see
profit.
them there. It seems like
Bill
maybe
Hicks, why do you
they're
have a
working on
problem with people
in the
selling
craters.
paintings,
Not sure what
maps,
those are formed
and
from.
coffee
Again, not
mugs?
seeing the evidence that they're
What's
rocks
wrong with
falling from
selling
the
stuff
sky.
like that?
And for shooting stars,
Will you be a
they say
coffee
that those are
mug
comets
if I,
or
for
the
me
second
if
one. They
I
say
sell you one?
comets or
Bill
whatever
Hicks, I'm sorry, but
are
you don't understand how
asteroid
things
rock
work.
formations
How
that
in the hell are
circle
we going
around
to
us
get
every so
anywhere?
many
We
years.
can't
But if
make
we are
money, so
spinning
I
around the
guess we
sun and the
should
sun
all
is spinning
get
around the
slave
galaxy
jobs,
and all
right?
these
As
motions
long
are
as the
happening,
person is
why wouldn't
organizing or
comets have
taking
regular
action, I have no problem
revolutions that we would
supporting
see
them.
in such a
And what, so how
cosmology
about grow
if
your own
the Earth
food
was
and
actually
blah
making
blah
all of those
blah? We don't
motions? We
need
should
money.
never come up
Amen.
across the same
Critical.
comets again.
Fuck
It makes
slave
more
jobs
sense in a
because then
centric
gets
cosmology where
nothing gets
everything
done.
heavens is revolving around us.
The
So
government
that if
needs
you
us. We
turn
have
at a
never
regular
ever needed
time,
them.
like
Wake up.
Halley's Comet or something like that.
IPS literally
What
said
about
he
the Tunguska
want money
event
so
in
he doesn't
1908
have to
in
work.
Russia? What do you think?
Bill Hicks, show me where he said that.
Was that,
See.
was that the
He
supposed
then live
teleporting
streamed him
event that was
painting.
Philadelphia
Okay.
Let's
Painting
see, I can tell you
penguins
there
that
was
he
a large
sells for profit.
explosion that occurred near the
How is he spreading the
Rehab
word when he is
Coastal River and
painting?
basically burned hundreds and hundreds of
So
acres
you
of forest.
criticizing him for
And
painting?
people, as far as England,
Think about
saw
it.
the light.
Wouldn't you listen to a
No, that's
person
not
more
gonna
if they
help much over
approached
there.
you
That's
with
fine. Just some more
paintings?
items before we take a quick break. Recently, you probably have seen these images of the
Like I
Mars.
would be more likely to
Somebody
listen to
pointed
someone who approached
me into
me
this.
with
The
paintings
Mars
than someone who
Republic
approached
in
me
Greenland.
with
Who's
with
to say?
nothing.
How do we know? Well, first of all,
All
there may
right.
be if
China,
Mars really
Mrs. Jones,
existed, maybe some
Yellowstone,
rovers there.
Old
But now that I
Faithful.
saw
It's
these
called
images of
multitasking,
rovers in
Hicks.
Greenland looking just like Mars, how do we
You
know
are
that these rovers
done.
are in fact not somewhere in a desert in
Sweating, you guys
California,
are where it
Greenland,
is. The
or
rice
somewhere
will be
else on
done in
Earth?
3 minutes. I guess
Exactly.
don't have
Yeah,
spend
the
too long.
Martian landscape
Exactly.
is
Get the
incredibly
fuck
like
out of
the
here.
hills of
Bill
Arizona or
Hicks.
Australia
Right?
or
Have y'all
or
ever
Iowa.
heard of a no
Yeah,
profit
and
organization? I'm
if
out
you
of
just
here.
remove
Bill
the red
Hicks.
tint and add it to
Either.
these pictures in Photoshop, you'll see it looks exactly like the Earth, and it's just been
Oh my
After
God.
Effects to
So
make it look kind of alien, as they
I
do.
guess this
But yeah,
critical thinking is
Mars
obviously
Photoshops, I
from
mean, some of them are just straight up
the
animations. You're
IPS
not
Wrench
even
Squad. I
in
need to
video.
give him a
The video
wrench
are all
if I
filmed here
can
on
vet
Earth,
him,
just like the moon
but I
supposedly
haven't gotten my list yet, so I
landings.
don't
You can
totally
see that
know
they
if
use the exact same
that's the case.
backgrounds
If he
over and
is,
over and over
and I
again
give him a
on missions
wrench,
and on the
I'll
same
let him
missions
know
where they'll
that
say that, oh,
in
today we're
rehab
five
we
miles
don't
from where we
ban
were
the
yesterday,
trolls, but
and then you line up the
we
mountains
can
in the
time them
same
out.
background, and they
So
match exactly. They
I'm gonna
overlay
time out
perfectly,
Bill Hicks
showing
real
that they're
quick,
in a relatively small studio, having to
just to
use the same backdrops over and over
make
again,
sure
shooting them from different angles and from different distances
everybody
to try to get
knows
the
that
illusion that
this
they've got
is
great
not
distances to
a
move.
real free
Again,
space
with your third eye and a little
for
bit of
trolls.
physical
Although
evidence, putting them
we're not gonna ban them,
next to
just
each other,
gonna
the
make Bill Hicks be
angles, the
quiet
ups and downs
for
of the
about
mountains and
300
hills
seconds
trace
and
each
let
other
Bill Hicks
exactly,
come back
just like the
with
gravity on the moon, which is supposedly
whatever.
1/6 of the fake gravity here on Earth, causing the
Basically,
astronauts to
in
move in that slow,
flat Earth
floaty type of way.
corrections,
When you
and
speed the footage up
sometimes
to 2 times,
he
you see
gets
that they're
timed
in
out.
regular, normal atmosphere,
Sometimes,
gravity, whatever
sometimes
you
he
want to
gets
call it,
timed out.
and they're just bouncing along or in their little buggy going along, kicking up dust at the exact same rate it would here on Earth. They've just slowed it down in post production to make you think it's more alien,
All right.
just like the red tint in the Martian photos. So it's all Hollywood stuff.
Okay, critical.
This Martian, they're going to send
Critical
someone to
thinking
Mars.
is a
We
wrench.
found water on Mars. There's a pyramid on
All right,
Mars.
he's
There's a
vetted.
face on Mars. Yeah, a Photoshop face. Yeah, Photoshop pyramids. Yeah, Richard Hoagland
Critical
goes on
thinking
CNN,
is
and you
going to be
believe it
vetted.
because it's some supposed NASA insider exposing it, right? That's the way to get the propaganda to really sink in. You give these whistleblowers to come out, and you make them into heroes
We can go
that
ahead and
are exposing this information that
make
only they have
critical
on the
thinking a
inside, right? And
moderator.
that's what us conspiracy theorists love.
All right, the only thing I'm
We love a
asking
good
of critical
whistleblower and think
thinking
that is actual truth and
is
true.
to not
But this is what I'm saying. This is
ban
the kind of
the
evidence
trolls
that we need
because
to
this
move
is
away
the
from.
one place they can come.
Hearsay.
This is
When
cell
you have some
2304.
supposed expert
This is the
coming
one
out
place they can
and
come
giving
and not
you
be banned.
information that only he has and that only he can confirm, that's called hearsay.
This is
It's no matter
Rehab.
how much of an expert
I'm
he
gonna
is.
give him a
Any
chance.
physical, tangible
And please don't,
evidence,
when he
stuff that
comes
you can
back,
put your hands on,
if
is
he
proof.
comes
And
back,
again, that's
don't
why
time
these
him
kind
out
of
again.
pundits,
At
these
least
kind
give him about
of whistleblower,
300
insider,
seconds to
conspiracy
say
guru
what
types
he needs to say.
don't want the flat Earth truth coming
Critical
out,
thinking,
because
if
then
you're
you can
gone,
prove for
it's
yourself
fine. If you
that
come back and
their
Bill Hick, he won't
claims
give you another
are
headache, okay?
nonsense. And
But he
yeah,
doesn't give me a
the
headache. I
flat
can
Earth
listen
is
to
the
him.
cat getting out of the bag, and they really
I
don't
can
just
read
make it
his
out. That's why the
comments.
subject is so full of
Official Flat Earth
shills and
corrections,
trolls and
LOL. You mean
nonsense, like
cell
the Flat Earth
666?
Society and other fake flat earthers that come
Okay,
in and
maybe
make
I'll
fake
rename it to
arguments
cell
and give
666.
fake
Mr.
flat
Hicks,
Earth
you're
facts
confusing
to
me.
make
Are you with
the
this? Are you
idea of
against
flat
us?
Earth seem
Are you
invalid and
open-minded? Are
illegal
you stubborn? Or
ridiculous.
are
They
you
don't want
just
to
bored?
discuss it and research it and to think, like
Alright,
you said,
hold up.
that
Somebody's
it's irrelevant.
spamming the.
What does it matter what the shape of the Earth is anyway?
Somebody needs to
Listening
be
to us talking
banned.
for the
Alright.
past hour, you can see how
P
it's
Mars
very
wants a
evident
wrench.
how there's
Oh
this
my God.
huge
P
gap
Mars, why
of
would I give you a wrench?
what and who we all are
You,
interwoven
this
into
is,
this.
you're an
And when that
inmate, P
is
Mars,
brought down,
or an
this voltage is
initiate.
brought down, and
Let's see.
things of all
That's just like saying the gaming industry keeps selling games.
purposefully,
The
intelligently
two.
created to be this way,
Okay.
as was the whole earth.
Welcome
And it's
P,
obvious,
cigar
you've been
face. I
blinded
need a
from that
wrench.
obvious truth to think some nonsense
Why would
that
I give
nothing,
cigar
anything can
face a
come from
wrench?
nothing for no reason and create everything that
The
you see
globe is
before
a
you.
white
You've closed
European
your
lie.
eyes to reality
Hmm.
and opened your ears to
DQ
Freemasons.
Blizzard
That's it.
and
That's all I'm
Pearson
saying.
how they P Mars and cigar.
And when I think of Lenin,
Put
I
his
think of
ass in
his
the
quote,
corner and give
the
him
best
best
way to
I
control
have
the
jokes
opposition is to
inside.
lead it ourselves. So even
Southern
I
Draw.
keep
Who is
putting
Southern
that
Draw?
forward.
Thank
The
you.
comparison with 9/11.
And Pearson.
You see on TV, you see certain people that come
I'm
into
not.
the
I
mainstream
don't even
media to
know who that
discuss how
is.
there was
Validation
a
Slav. Da
issue
da
that
da.
blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
There are certain
Joey
control
come
officers
to
that are allowed to speak, to really truly demean you.
Southern
And there
Draw.
are others like the work of Dr. Judy Wood. You
They
will never
came.
see her on the
See, all you got to do is
mainstream media because that is the
build a
scientific
facility
basis of
for
the
them,
human
and they will
double, triple
feel
PhDs
themselves in.
with mechanical
That's
engineering, with
that's why.
interferometry.
That's
You
why.
have somebody
You know,
who
we really need to kind of
to
call
be
this
like
jail and Pearson.
says, I want a new forensic
But yeah,
investigation.
we
She
constantly
did it.
timing these son
She
of a
was the
guns out.
lesson. So one last point before we take the break. This is Eric from the Daily Mail.
Let's see.
On
What's up
October
with the
13th,
sixes?
2015,
Are we
the
doing
Chinese
fives and
Airlines flight landed
six
in Anchorage,
like we
Alaska.
did on
Pilots from
TJ's
passenger
panel?
after an expected mother gave birth to a baby girl more than 8 weeks early.
You have to
The
ask
Los
China.
Angeles
You have
flight
to
was
ask.
forced to make an emergency landing on Thursday after a
You have to
Taiwanese
ask
passenger
homie
was
what he
36
means by
hours
that.
into the 19-hour journey. So, folks, get out your
But it's
globe,
timed out.
and you will see that there is no way that Anchorage,
Put these
Alaska,
put
was
these
able
prisoners
to
in their
either
cell.
interrupt the flight, which
All right.
could have just easily continued its path to Spain, to Los Angeles, or landed in Honolulu.
So anyhow,
That
this
flight
is
was
what
diverted. The same way that touches the
you
flight
prisoners
Alaska
get to
is
look
very
at all day.
route. And I'll take your comments on the other side, and we have so much more to discuss.
Let's see.
The
And
dinosaur host. Eric, how can people buy your books, learn more about your work?
Come to my website, atlanteanconspiracy.com, or the International Flat Earth Research
excellent.
Society Forum at ifers.ace.st. My books are available on hulu.com as well as Amazon and most other major providers. Yeah, you should be able to find everything.
Excellent.
Those three sites.
Great.
Let's see. We got one last promotion.
With us for another hour. This is Mel Fabregas, and you're listening to Veritas. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my God! Look at this terrible. I think we are going to change the rule though to for certain channels we're gonna put them in a hole in this rehab. Now the whole is a place you don't really want to go to, but that's banning. When we put you in the hole, we ban it. I might take you out the hole when I unban you. But if you are not absolutely even speaking English, and if your name is something like that, yeah, let me go ahead and ban you. Put you in a hole, sir. Show you what happens in cell 2304.
They use that trick for extended periods of
Add
time,
mod. No.
for longer than 45-second segments. But they can't move around as much.
All right,
They
I'm just
can't
gonna
do
block
the
you real quick because I
acrobatics
don't want you to ever
roles
show back up.
in the extended mode. So there's full motion mode where they can
Welcome,
move
welcome,
around,
inmates. We will be feeding you
suspended or extended mode.
sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
As much, but they can make the scene last a longer period of time.
We'll be serving you peanut butter and jelly sandwiches pretty soon. They made us ignorant of what we are because knowledge is power. Okay? Hypocrite cunt. Cigar face. Okay.
Of course, they've computer
All right.
graphicked out.
And thank you for working so hard with your wrench. I'm on my phone. I have to get on my laptop. Good job, my friend.
That's strange.
Go ahead and build it, and they will come. Exactly. These trolls are constantly showing up
course, these things are fully choreographed
And
and edited
the ones
in
like
advance to make sure that there's nothing too
the
obvious
initiates, like
that you can see that gives away that this is
Mars
essentially
and
a blue screen hoax.
Bill
The other
Hicks,
thing it shows is that this
those
is
are
not raw
respectable
footage.
initiates because
This
at
is
least they
edited
can
stuff.
speak
This is
English.
supposed to be a legitimate space
Look.
program. This is supposed to be the International
All
Space
right,
Station.
Hope Flat.
They should be able to
What's
see
up? I mean,
what's
that's
going
what's
on.
up.
But they edit things because the whole thing is
Let me
edited
go ahead and
in one extended mode segment. Chris Hadfield
put this
right
prison back
is
up and
going
get y'all's, well, not
back,
prison,
back,
and
and then
Pearson
it just
doesn't want
stops.
to call it, but
That's
this
the odd
cell,
motion. You would expect that this
this
was
ward.
through zero gravity, that
I
you
mean,
have to support yourself,
get
to stop
your
yourself
sandwiches
from
ready,
on the bottom of your body as you're drifting
because
back,
we're not
just
going
to stop
to
yourself with your feet
starve
and
you
rotate backwards. So just if you
while
choose
you're
to
on your journey
off with your hands,
to,
then
to
your feet
accepting
will still keep moving. You have to support yourself
empirical
both the top and the
evidence.
bottom of your body, but his hands, Chris Hadfield's hands, aren't touching anything. He goes back and then he stops. It's odd. It's got sort of a harness sticking through the t-shirt of Chris Hadfield. It's a harness that's around the waist. That's how they're supported. Also notice that Chris Hadfield has the
Let's have a look at
of bringing his
Hope
knees
Flat.
up. That's because his stomach muscles
He's
are
someone
strong. He
who
doesn't have as much mid-range strength.
subscribed.
Who are able to elongate their body and make the hoax look a bit more realistic. He's constantly bringing his knees up because he's not as strong as the others. Occasionally, though, the others bring their knees up too. Notice
My friend has 33 subs. All right. Hoax, Magic Globe, and all trolls, naysayers, thumpers. All right.
Using computer graphics, they edit out the
All right.
supporting wires and edit in floating objects. They always seem very concerned with the objects. Chris Hadfield looks at it very
Let me
closely.
sub him
They
back.
don't want the object getting too
I
far
like
away
that
from
number
the
33. I don't want to mess that up.
cabin in a weird way or go next to the blue screen. It could ruin the whole illusion.
No superstition.
They also don't need those
34.
off the walls. I'd like to
Check out this video that he liked.
throw it around really hard and fast, and I'd like to see them do-si-do each other really quickly, which they can't do. The only way to flat Earth is tangled up.
All right, we're not gonna let his audio take in because he's playing some kind of strange music. 62.
Every single scene of full motion mode in every segment of the International Space Station.
Helio skeptic. All right. Anyhow, we're not gonna get too caught up in that. This is Rehab. You can check out Helio Skeptic if you want. I'm just gonna show you how. Show you how to do what you could have done all by yourself. You could have calmed your mind, calmed yourself down enough, and just explored. Let me go ahead and.
You can't hear the sound of jet engines as much, but when the microphone goes to the guy on the side, you hear the sound of jet engines a bit more. So you can't truly soundproof.
Alright, so.
The airplane when they
And Pearson says we're gonna order them pizza. That's a nice rehab. I like that. Really humane. It's much better than the prisons of the globe heads. Globe prisons. What do you guys know about the prison system? This is pretty terrible if I'm not mistaken. What happened to my brother Joe? Joseph. I'm gonna look at a little video here. All right. This is what you get in globe hell. You get to go from seeing something to seeing this big bad mean penguin that will just, I guess, destroy you the moment you say something that's out of line. Not destroy you, hear you out. I will hear you out. You need to do some research on Socrates and study the way he was able to speak to people. And that's how you speak to the warden. That's how the warden will speak to you. Alright, so we have play with sound levels. You can just hear. Alright. Sound levels aren't going to be perfect so that you can hear the details. So I encourage everyone to go over to Joseph Green's channel. If you haven't, say hello. And let him know you are from Flat Earth Corrections, cell 2304. That's where you reside. If they block you, of course, have your back. If you're a troll. I'm going to go back to the comments in a second. I just want to make sure I show respect to. Alright, so we will now share the comments really quickly. Alright. Bill Hicks, I am not a troll. I just hate IPS. Okay. It's sad, Big Mars. It's another creation. It's a magic computer genius. Either way, I'm fine with it. It would be nice to know, though. It's either a creation. Let's order pizza. Can we get extra cheese on that pizza? Anything but Swiss cheese. Anything but Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese is one of the best cheeses. Alright, anything. We may need to order some straight jackets. Yes, we might need a few straight jackets. And in fact, maybe I'll turn on a little bit of music since my brother here is struggling on the audio. Let me finish this chat. Finish reading this chat. Seeing what's going on with the initiates. Anyone for spinach tomato cheese pizza? Yes, China extra cheese. P-Mars, I'm not a troll. P-Mars, I'm willing to hear you out. I'm willing to read your comments. I don't think you're a troll. I think you are someone who could be considered an initiate. You're someone who could be considered maybe a type of inmate or person who would need rehab because of the behavior that I've witnessed. It's just like you just get really angry and just it seems like it would be dangerous if a person were standing right next to you. You might lash out and destroy them. But no, P. Mars, I'm willing to listen to you, man. And if I notice that you're a good person, I am definitely going to look out for you. All right, Bill Hicks. Yeah, me too, Mars. Okay, Bill Hicks likes Mars. All right. Morky Love 33, bitches. Okay. And Pearson. Telling Mrs. Jones, well, vegan cheese. I don't think you're a troll, Big Mars. I have to question. How did you come up with your name? My name is Patrick Marsden. Okay. Patrick Marsden. Telling Mrs. Jones. Got it. Thank you, dear. And Pearson P. Mars. They sure made a mess of things with lies and deception. What a nightmare to wake up to. Hope flat, nuclear, welcome home. Hey, stay from insurance, Madden, Wisconsin. Yeah, you know, Fargo, North Dakota. Fargo, North Dakota. Shout out to Fargo, North Dakota. P. Mars is here. Let's see. How's the weather in North Dakota? Hopefully, housing prices for profit and mostly for pedigree. And Pearson, in a way, that's what this is. It's like it's up for profit, and criminals here are petty. Even though I'm not profiting much at all from this, so it's almost like it's none for profit. Prison. It's been amazing lately, like 37 years strength in North Dakota, nice, warm, yummy, turn it up, in the same town. Oh my God, it's so many comments. Let's see. Oh, no trouble, right? Lava and hope. He must be We had a weird cloud recently, okay. If you're serious YouTubers such as myself, I think we also subscribe and support each other's channels. Okay. Alright. So of course everyone should understand this is not an actual prison. So if you want to listen to Tony Mr. Jones, yes, you should subscribe to every other serious YouTuber here. Weather in Tennessee is crazy all the time, right? People still believe in global warming BS. Right. YouTube, and I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. Same different day is going on here. Something on Southview. The sun is and has been white for a while now. I saw that. Thanks, and I'm gonna do the same right now. And I turned on notifications. Can't plan any outdoor activities to do. Crazy weather. I noticed the sun was white for 7 years now. About 6 months ago. Awesome. We made a connection. And please stop putting me in timeout for every comment. After Bill Hicks, gotta trust Ann. At least she's not banning you. You know, I guess you just have to catch Ann when she's not on duty. When she's not on duty. Alright. We've been friends for about 2 years. So now, if you subscribe, I actually did subscribe to you today. Telling Ms. Jones, I don't know how I wasn't already subscribed to you, but I've already been following your Google Plus page. So, thank you, telling Mrs. Jones. Alright, so let's get to. And I'm caught up. We see that all the trolls are in place. We see all the rehab initiates are in place. Let's go into some of the torture. So then, let's see. Well, it's not prison, it's not jail, so I can't torture you, but I guess we'll call this therapy. I'm gonna start the therapy with the rehabilitation process. Let's begin therapy with rehabilitation for you right now. So first of all, we need to get you understanding what time it actually is. See, it says 8:52 a.m. Right here it says 8:51, so apparently this is maybe about a second behind. So you would think to preserve their life, they would want to minimize the amount of spacewalking that they did. But there seems to be an abundance of equipment on the
outside of the
But this here is
that constantly requires repairing,
thing that
which makes for a good TV
if you were in a
spectacle.
globe
Inspired by movies
rehab or a globe
Sandra Bullock's
jail,
Gravity,
this is one thing that you would have to look at. You have to look at the time.
spacewalk
Sit
to
there,
fix some
stare at the time.
emergency, some piece of equipment that their lives depend on that amazingly they can fix every time.
Soak it in.
But you know
That's what
makes
time
a
it
big
is. It's
change
flat
in
Earth time.
engineers at NASA. They employ
Okay.
snorkels in space now, so that should
In
stop
fact,
them
let me
from
just
drowning.
make that a little clear.
So the snorkel, as I mentioned, this is actually a part that we can change out on the spacesuit. It's part of a waterline vent tube assembly, which is actually what runs from the backpack of the suit, and it's what hooks up to the ventilation duct. It's normally used if we have water that's cooling around. So our engineers on the ground were able to figure out, hey, it's a similar diameter to a snorkel. So what if we're able to each waterline vent tube and just sacrificing one of our spirits board, so we're able to come up with a way to just snip off the ends and then file it so that it's not dropped in the crew member's mouth. But we already have Velcro.
I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. If you can, please learn.
Experience is a really good way to describe it. There's one aspect, the part of being outside that is really similar to being in the NPL, the training facility.
All right, flat Earth time.
Big swimming pool we have at Johnson Space Center down in Houston. Everything looks the same in that swimming pool, but outside.
All right, let's see. And done. Turning your notifications outdoor. Due to crazy weather, I noticed the sun was white also for several years now. And please stop putting me in time of having. Comment well and we've been friends for and block yourself. Please. I'm gonna put you in time out the weather. I'm gonna put you in time out the weather. What? Final warning bill will go in time out. Oh, flat. Get him, man. Oh, shit. I had to make Hulk fly into a moderator because I want Hulk to smash.
Will be maneuvered by me.
And my middle name is Ann. Is anyone familiar with Admiral Byrd? Exactly, Tyler Jones. I need to send you a link.
The helmet gets hit on the International Space Station.
I need to send you a link. Admiral Byrd. That's exactly who you need to be aware of.
Isn't even a month old yet. And here's a bubble taking an odd trajectory because it's in a water pool. Even curves because the water is it's not motionless, it's moving. And here on the International Space Station, they once even got caught with a scuba tank in space. It's ridiculous if they get away with this shit. What's even more ridiculous about them filming spacewalks in a water pool and spacewalks
Alright.
that the women for the hoax perm their hair. Here she's in front of a blue screen.
I'm being funny.
The background is not moving. The cable is completely still.
But I'm not.
And in real life, there would be
a fake comedian.
The space station will be making adjustments that would not stay fixated. It's just a screenshot.
Say that I'm a real comedian.
It's blue screen. And her hair is permed for this ridiculous hoax. This is a video that I made about the absurdity with their hairdos. They perm their hair.
I love your name, Critical Thinking Always. This is a very creative name.
That their hair is permed. And yeah, the women are completely ridiculous on the space station.
So we're looking at flat Earth time here is 8:56:33. We have flat Earth time here, which is 8:56 a.m. 40.
It behaves like hair moving through air. It does not stay fixated into position. And yet, when you watch them on the internet,
flat Earth time.
You look at their hair, it always stays.
Guess we'll make it a bit more than 12 pixels. We'll say 24
And it
pixels.
doesn't flop around naturally like it's supposed to. And here is perm lady head. I mean, look at her. And it's like a kiss.
Flat Earth time. Maybe we'll make that a little bit bigger.
Here's another idiot. Her hair is completely fixated. It's a perm. Always springs back into the position.
Flat Earth time.
It's ludicrous.
See what's going on in the chat.
She must be a Freemason or something.
But Hitler and the Nazis explored Antarctica before him.
And they're fucking pieces of shit.
Interesting. Oh, Flat. I'm subbing all mods. Excellent. Just had coffee with him. He sends goodwill and asked if I will have been there yet. I said no. He looked bewildered. China, Mrs. Jones, Mr. X, and you are correct because Hitler. Welcome aboard, Hulk Flat. You can now you can wrench be right. I gave Hulk Flat a wrench for a specific person. I mean a specific reason. I'm sorry. And that reason is that I just like the idea of the Incredible Hulk.
Just 24 hours ago, the 6 crew members
smashing, so you got to be on your best behavior.
What now has been
Here's Steve G. I'll go ahead and make him a moderator.
They gathered inside the Japanese Kibo module for that activity in which
Steve G. Tommy Jones, start anywhere, just start.
Command of the International Space Station
to start with Mr. Bird. Okay, good morning, Steve.
Let's take a look.
Cheers, Steve.
Change of command ceremony.
Yeah, Tiny Miss Jones, in a way, this is a place where the purple pillars won't be pressed in any direction. We won't stress them about anything. We won't stress them about attempting to accept fact. We won't press them on that. You know, this is a place where they can somewhat freely be ignorant, right? Because they're not ready yet. But by the time they get done with this channel, by the time they actually start hating the Llewellyn Von Helen channel, they'll be ready for the flat Earth.
The most unique ship with the most amazing crew and the most incredible ground support that I've ever worked with.
When they start to hate the warden,
and with that said, I'm looking forward to heading home.
when I go ahead and
I'll hand it over to my German colleague, Dr.
bore them to death,
And they say
they'll leave
the most complex machine that
and they'll go out into a flat world. And if they
now, even after
crack or if they lose their mind, one of you moderators will put them in time out, preferably. But if they're talking about something that's just overtly sexual or overtly disrespectful, something that's clearly not acceptable in respectable society, I want to make sure you understand that. Acceptable in a reasonable society, yeah, you're gonna get banned. But I want our chat to be heavily moderated, but we show more mercy, a place of mercy. We're gonna make it a place of mercy. You understand? All right, so let's see how the inmates are doing, what the initiates are doing. Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Darwin, Marie Curie, Einstein, big words, baffles, brains, the LOL. This man here makes so paranoid. So in a way, this list of personalities that we need to investigate. Copernicus, Galileo, Newton, Darwin. We need to book all of these people into the cell 2304. We need to book Copernicus. We need to book Galileo. And if we book the big boys, then we can start booking the smaller guys. for Bill Hicks. Right, so I guess I'll take you to the booking. I'll let you guys see the booking section for the sale. I guess uh, should maybe be warden only or authorized personnel. Let's see. Thank you for subbing. I'll come to the same man, person, Steve, Australia, not down under. LOL, no. It's like this, and person sale 33. Yeah, we might change sales every day, but today, sale 2304. That's the special one for Bill Hicks. And any other admittees, or I guess I'm just gonna call them inmates. Any other inmates will be held in 2304 until we sort them out and put them in their appropriate cell. Basically, it's a cell where the way I'm gonna refine the cells in the future is I'm gonna just create an alternate channel that just shows them exactly what they want to hear. It shows them exactly what they want to see, and lets them hear what they want to hear. We'll just let them, you know, veg out on globe philosophy. Give them a place to kind of roam free. All right? It's like this, L33. And we're so paranoid and writing upside down. G'day from OC Flatties. Right? Agreed. Whitney Houston never died, nor her daughter. What? Okay. Whitney Houston didn't die? Okay. She went. And we're so paranoid. Agreed. Thomas Jones. I went to Bobby Christina's funeral. That doesn't mean she was dead. Doesn't mean that was her. Okay. True. You can fake a funeral. And Wessel, LOL. Tupac isn't dead either. Right. Nobody's dead. Right? You like that. So Bill Hicks, unfortunately, I have no idea what you tried to say. But you gotta behave. If Hope Flat had to smash you, you just had to be smashed. Wait a minute, you banned him? Right. Hope Flat. I didn't tell Hope Flat the rules for trolls here. The rule for trolls here is that they will not be banned, but they will be timed out. Right? So I'm gonna unblock Bill Hicks. Right? But that's what Hope Flat is. I mean, Hope Flat is designed to do. He just utterly destroys and smashes the trolls. Alright. I unbanned you, Bill Hicks, so just be careful around Hope Flat. Hope Flat, go easy on Bill Hicks. This is his special cell. He's one of the trolls that he's a trustee. He's the trustee of this cell. He's a trustee. We won't ban him. We just time him out. Everybody else, I guess you can ban them, but we need to let me book them in first. He was talking nonsense. We don't need to be distracted. Right. That's why if you want to maintain a zero distraction zone, you can, hopefully we might need to just, you can stay because I want you to be one of my sheriff deputies or whatever, but go back, Joseph Green can use your help there, and everybody else can also use your help too. Really, we need you everywhere. But yeah, don't ban Bill Hicks. We're gonna leave Bill Hicks in his cell. We're working on him. He's an initiate. He's you know, somebody who we're rehabilitating. He's almost there. Earlier today, he was actually basically he's almost there. I don't know if he understood what a meteor was, but that's all he was looking for. He was trying to understand what a meteor is. So hopefully, like, yeah, just time his ass out, and so that you can exercise your muscle more often. I don't want to ban trolls right now because they already feel like they have no voice. We don't want to, be so cruel to our subjects or be so, um, I guess, closed. I want to provide a place for people who either lack the IQ to understand that the earth is flat or lack the desire or the will to accept the fact that the earth is flat for whatever reason, right? Purple pillars. This is a place for them. And the only thing we ban people for Hulk Flat is talking about sex in a very explicit way, and it's totally uncalled for. Perverted talk about, trust me, you know it when you see it. Don't ban him for talking his globe rhetoric. His globe rhetoric is acceptable. I want to hear everything that the prisoners have to say. We might not honor them, but I do accept their grievances. So maybe Bill Hicks is. See, look, now he's going to go around and troll somebody else. I want to keep my eye on Bill Hicks. Excellent. You want to keep certain trolls where you can see them. And if they are truly a troll, they will absolutely reveal themselves. If they're not a troll, they can be reasoned with, then that's power law number 2. And that is to never put too much trust in friends. Learn how to use your enemies. So, if Bill Hicks is an enemy, or any of these other people are enemies, and they have a certain intellect, the greatest victory we can have is to marshal our forces with their forces. So they come here, they meet a nice, cool person that they can't trigger easily. Me, the Warden Helen, and we walk them on the path of rehabilitation to the reality of our world. All right. Yes, Joseph Green is an awesome guy. I will have him on in a few hours. Maybe in about an hour or so. Right. I'm actually helping him promote this particular shop where we're doing a little business here with Flat Time Classic wristwatches. Right, let me give you the view right now for this. This is really what you get to see in the Flat Earth Correction Facility. See this. What time is it on Flat Earth? It's 9:12 a.m. So regardless of what time the sun rises in the place that you're located, Just look at it like this. It's 9:12 a.m. Some of y'all asleep right now. Some of you are halfway asleep. But in flat earth time, it's 9 a.m. More objective look at time. If you have any questions about time, put them in the chat. I'll explain it to you. I'm a nice warden. Flat Earth. Oh, flat is everywhere. Warp 12. Away so paranoid. Interesting person. In fact, man, let's check. Away so out. Let's see what's going on with Away so paranoid. If there ever was absolutely nothing, there would still be absolutely nothing today. Since there is something for you, since there is something, you for example, that means that absolutely nothing ever existed. If it ever did, you wouldn't be here reading this right now. Absolutely nothing would still be here. Okay. Poet of some sort. That's a very confusing statement, but hey, you took the time to write it. Unsubscriber. Okay. Awesome. Critical thinking. Awesome. Alright. 55 views on the last video. Witness the hate. Alright, this is the view. So anyhow, we may as well make this view be yeah, this will be the booking. Right, this will be the booking central. Yeah. This is where I'm booking, yeah. So we have flat earth time. Let's make that a little bit bigger. And we're not going to pull that over right for right now. We're just going to make sure that you understand that this is flat earth time. I guess the next thing I could add would be we'll add another. Excuse me, people. Bless me. Bless me. I guess I should have done this long ago, according to the old wives' tales. Doing it now. Going ahead and creating facility. That's the problem. Simple things. Very simple things. Flat earth corrections. Anyhow, see what's going on with you guys. See what's going on with the inmates. Are you enjoying your time in your cell? And make sure all of the deputies and other wardens are enjoying themselves. Vincent P. Okay, who's Vincent P? Maybe we'll look up Vincent P. When I join the panel, this could get interesting. Absolutely. When I'll probably send you a link in a few minutes. Who's Vincent P? Right. We're about to find out who Vincent P is. It's connected to. It's connected to. Let's say, corrections. Vincent P. That is linked to. Okay, so paranoid. One of the first globe heads or trolls that we're gonna book here. Corrections. Who is Vincent P? Why is so paranoid? Bill Hicks. Let's see. Turn him back up. All right. Right. So, for time corrections, who is Vincent P? What's so paranoid? Who is Vincent P? Let's see. Who is Vincent P? We're going to go ahead and do a simple search. We're not going to worry about what the enemy has to say. There's Vincent P. I suppose. Flat, flat, flat. It must be flat. The ball is never proofed. All right, we gotta check this guy out. Vincent P. 93 videos. Oh, okay. He's a moderator for this guy here. Maybe I will have to give this guy a wrench. I have to give away some wrench. He's not a globe head. The art is plot. All right, he's some sort of Dutchman. Let's see. So, of course, I will have to give him a wrench. Because if you are a Dutchman, you automatically get a wrench. Whoever Hunter makes for a great high designer brand name. Can I use it for flatter merchandise? Well, for everybody who you sell a shirt to, just tell them to subscribe to my channel on YouTube. I guess why not? Tell them I have to create another facility for the people who actually are not prisoners. Maybe some sort of place where we can observe the prisoners from a distance. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should design some shirts myself. Put the penguin on it. shirt out of this penguin. I mean, just take a quick second before we get too carried away, and just look at me, look at me. I'm a freak. I'm spliced between a penguin and a human. I'm going around pecking people, trying to get them in order with the flat Earth. I'm a warden of a jail here. Yes, Woodland Von Helen has more depth to me than this, but this is actually just a niche that has to be filled. It's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. Yeah, we will get into designing clothes. Maybe we'll get people like Bill Hicks to design them free. But yeah, of course, Ann Pearson, I encourage you to use Llewellyn Von Helen all you want. It's not trademarked or anything like that. It's, you know, my name. Let's see. Notice how the Suez Canal hardly ever gets discussed. I find that a little strange, to say the least. How compelling and devastating it must be for the pair earthers, right? Llewellyn, do you have any of your videos, any of our videos on your channel? Just curious. Actually, I don't. Well, I do, but they are private, and at some point, I may cut it up into little clips or just make it public. If you want to see any of them, just let me know. In fact, I'll let you be able to view those videos. I'll go in and change that right now, make it so that you can view the videos. The art is plot. The art is plot. He's Dutch. The man is Dutch. Okay, so everybody's chilling in the chat room. Let's get you back on track for your rehabilitation. I'm gonna go ahead and maybe check out this Vincent P guy. He looks pretty interesting. Looks like somebody that would be very kind to. Flat Earth Coriolis stop to be as nice as flat. Flat Earth airplanes, perfect landing. Chemtrails, Holland and chemtrails airplanes. Alright, so what would we look at? Flat Earth on fire. Flat Earth research, Flat Earth one message to friendly people. Alright, let's check this out.
Without, no kidding, but Vincent, I've actually been checking out some videos of Flat Earth stories, and it seems weird because there's part realism in there, and on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, why? Anyway. And even at the beach today, I was like looking at the curvature of the Earth because someone told me like, yeah, you cannot see that mountain anymore because of the curvature of the Earth, and I said like, but I can see that one. Yeah, but it's too far. It should not be visible because of the curvature of the Earth. I'm like, but I do see it. And
all right.
Also, that like if you finally see it,
so we're not gonna watch this whole thing, but I want to encourage everyone to check out Vincent P. I don't know who he is, but I'm subscribing to him. And continue on. Anybody seen Bill Hicks? Has he checked back in? Alright, let's get back on track with this. Oh, I'm just talking low. Oh, China, you ready? All right, I'm gonna get you on here, China. The mic volume is pretty low, mate. My volume or max can hardly hear you. Excuse me, sometimes I mumble low and talk low. That's part of the punishment. But I don't think it's because the mic is low. I think it's because I'm talking low. So please excuse me. Sometimes your warden talks very low. Let's see. If I fall asleep on you, I am sorry. I haven't been to sleep yet. That was funny, Anne. 10 points. Turn up your mic, Warden. Tyson pears, Newton's apple. I have a few funnies in me. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, we might check out our reality really quickly. I hope you don't fall asleep. Actually, you might fall asleep. Let me modify. I'm gonna do something. Yeah, let me go ahead and do this. It'll make the volume much better. You can hear me a lot clearer. Holla if you hear me. It's gonna be a fun rehab, people. It'll make the volume much better. So Vincent P. So let's correct this since we now know who Vincent P is. We can take him out of the database. All right. So I guess we'll look at Bill Hicks. I'm gonna put P Mars in here as well because I want everyone to know who these people are, and we might issue them numbers. All right. No, I'm gonna keep that going. Corrections, Bill Hicks, P Mars. All right, let's go back to this. Definitely. Okay, so why would non-people even dislike that? Yes, we can do that. And Pearson, let's get it started. You know, we probably should design a special T-shirt just for the trolls, so that they can have something to wear. This wouldn't be a proper rehab facility without them having some sort of uniform. Some sort of uniform. Let's see. A Wesso. Why this busy? Go home. Didn't the Muppets cover that Pairs in Space? Okay, I think so. That's right. Great. I think it would be great asset for people to see my growth. All right, I'm going. Let me send her a link. I'm gonna have to let you see the penguin. I think it would be a great asset for people to see my growth. Much better than well and gonna have a flat design clothing. Wait, so why did Buzzy go home? Been looking into some flat earth robes, very expensive. All that stitching, right? All right, so let me go ahead and write this down. So we have a suggestion, something that I already had in mind. So it's actually pretty cool to have someone else to echo it. I'm gonna go ahead and call this. Probably should make a couple of more of these. And Pearson suggested flat Earth designer clothing. All right. All right. Maud Ann Pearson said suggested flat Earth designer clothing. How's that? Globe Rehab. Yes. You're just an idea machine. I promise you. Ann Pearson is think tank all in her on her own. All right, China Miss Jones. I need to send you a link so you can. She said give you about give just about give me five. Okay. You need me to give you 5 minutes before I send you the link. Okay. Been looking into some flat Earth robes. Okay, just about give me five. Well, we have t-shirts. I want the robe so I can visit the local churches, and your face kind of thing without saying a word. I do think that is a nice design that we should kind of take back because you notice only type of people who wear robes are judges or graduates. So by us donning robes, we actually take some of that power back. I wanted a robe so I can visit local churches. Right. I thought about putting up research flat irons in local churches. Yeah, I would probably have fun putting signs up wherever people would allow me to put signs up. And just by asking people to put signs up, you get to reach them. And if we have a positive personality and a pleasant disposition, I think we'll be surprised how many people will get behind us. All right, so I guess we'll put some. We're gonna say put flat Earth, put flat Earth signs up anywhere you can. It's like we're running a campaign here. right? This is what you get in Globe Hell. You get these assignments, and the mods give assignments. So, in order to get yourself out of the jail or the rehab, you have to contribute to a suggestion from one of the moderators. One suggestion is to design flat earth clothing, and all of the clothing will have to be approved by me, the warden, because it'll have my name on it. Now, if you create clothing that's not approved by me, of course, it will be fake, and we'll make sure you don't get any credit for that. All right. Ahmad and Pearson also suggest to put flat earth signs. So if you can prove to me by sending me some image or putting up a YouTube video that you're putting a flat earth sign, you're putting up a flat earth sign somewhere, then you can graduate from flat earth corrections. You can set you free from cell 2304. All right. So I have thought putting up research flat earth signs and some touches, plus not had a shave or haircut in nearly 4 years. Looks similar to a you know whom. Imagine their faces, beard, long hair roll, flat earth, LOL. Right, they'll think that we are from the past. It's almost like I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Renaissance Festival, but the Renaissance Festival is a festival that comes around here and there, kind of like a fair, but the people are basically from the medieval. They behave as if they're from the medieval time period. So everyone's walking around talking like this, pretending like they are from the time. And it's the medieval people, the dark ages, right? You know what I'm talking about. That's how it feels to be in the dark ages. No one to talk to. Well, they say that the people in the dark ages were idiots. Or the medieval time period was filled with nothing but idiots. But I have to disagree with that. I think that the people from what we would call old Europe or I don't know, not the golden age, but maybe medieval Europe, I think they had a whole lot of things figured out. Like even when we go back to the Greek time period, the Greeks had things figured out. It just got corrupted, and not all the Greeks were on board. So let's see. We won't. We'll stay connected to my brother here.
I've seen this in
Let's see.
English Planet Earth, innit? They turn their back and he steals the rock.
Demonstrate your worth as a leader.
All right. But yeah, people knew a lot in the old days. This is where I get my concept of classical education from. The trivium and the quadrivium is old. This is how I remember lots of facts and lots of data, using old techniques that great philosophers used way back before we had computers in the way that we understand computers to exist now. We had people who had great memories. You know, they were nobles, so to speak, because they were trained in the ways that I guess we call it, what is it? It's a classical education. I may have to do a bit more research, but you can Google classical education and it'll show you what time period it emerged and it'll show how the university system was based on it. But to a certain extent, they have strayed from it. So this is part of also what we do here in Cell 2304. We review simple things like grammar. We review simple things like logic. We review simple things like rhetoric. And we get everybody armed up. We get everybody prepared to enter into a higher world. And trivium is like elementary school. So the rehab is to really make sure you understand the trivium so we can without a doubt know that you're just here to antagonize, because there's really no reason why you can't understand what we say that the earth is flat, and when we talk about the other points of interest that relate to the flat earth. It's as if it's as if you don't really know what a noun is or what particular nouns mean. It's as if you have different definitions for certain words. All right, so we're tuned in to Brother Joseph Gree. I hope you trolls are having a horrible time. And give big love, big hugs, and appreciation, big money to all the moderators who are helping to keep the trolls streamlined, to keep the trolls right here. I'll be addressing the comments in a moment, working on a couple of top secret files, warden only. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say this late. Can China Miss Jones if she still is up, because I really think her input will bring a bit more balance to the cell.
Yeah, I'm dressed. Been
Crickets, right? Right. Better than that main Renaissance fair. Okay, no counterfeit merchandise. I have never been. Okay, we are the Illuminati. Right. Dark ages include the globe. Right. We still in dark ages. Right. I hear crickets water.
Look at explain what to do with.
Yep, that's what they get to hear. They get to hear crickets. But you should be able to hear Joseph Green as well. Can you hear Joseph Green? Let's see. Let's see what's going on in the flat earth community. Data activism. It's telepathy real. I don't know. I don't need to see that. All right. Let's check out Kyle McDonald really quickly.
I made a couple videos earlier today. One of them was about satellites, and I'm pointing out satellite dishes and the angles of them and stuff like that. If you're interested, go back, watch. I think the previous, it's really long, but yeah, go back and watch that last video. I think maybe.
I think Bill Hicks had his feelings hurt. He escaped the jail. I'll have to find him again. He'll be back.
I don't really like the term Occam's razor or whatever. Let's just go for it.
Hope flattened him.
Satellites don't exist. How is it done? I think it might
Okay,
be
let me
simple
tweet
as
in Google
ground
live stream. We
stations
might have a
firing
different
up
outcome since
to a
I'm joining the
spot in
panel. I'll
the
be right back.
magnetosphere,
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and send China Miss Jones the link.
magnetic plane. Nobody does yet, but maybe it's as simple as that. And those
I'm going to
radio
go
waves
ahead
from the
and
dish
get
on the
the
ground
link
shooting up
for China
hit a
Mrs.
spot out there.
Jones.
It's like a magnetic Faraday cage Van Allen belt thing, and it propagates. It's propagating there in space, and it's propagating in a way that can be picked up from a ground station. So you have a satellite dish in your house, and you space it at that exact spot.
Here is the link.
It's a radio telescope essentially, but it's able to pick up that signal in that spot because the ground station's fired up. So it's really repeating off. And maybe if in fact there are no geostationary satellites, what they do with ground-based stations is angle them all to be directly above the equator to keep the globe going. I wouldn't put it past them. They're gonna fake space missions. They're gonna fake relay landers. They're gonna fake all this stuff. Pretty easy to just say, oh, well, we'll put all the satellites out there. Put all the satellites out there in geostationary orbit along the equator. Oh, and by the way, that actually covers the largest area of the globe, of the plane.
All right, I sent the link to China Mrs. Jones.
You would think the North Pole would be better.
Please check your Gmail, China Mrs. Jones.
Ionospheric propagation. But what I'm trying to say is, how is it done? That might be how it's done. Maybe simply you shoot it up and it hits a spot. You're able to pick it up from that spot the same way that a radio telescope, that SETI radio telescopes work with distant celestial objects, or we're told they're distant. At this stage, who really knows? I'm just throwing ideas out there. And if that's the case, that's a pretty good view. We're talking millions of people taking university classes.
All right, so China Mrs. Jones will be entering pretty soon.
Literally everyone on the planet thinks there's satellites out there spinning around in a geostationary fashion, when in fact there are likely none, and this would be a way to possibly transmit electrical data. So there you go. Have a wonderful night.
All right, I hope you guys heard that. Let's get back to Brother Joseph, someone we're working with very closely here. Fantastic morning. Good morning, Fantastic. How are you? Senior Trolls here. I messed up and didn't train Hope properly. He kicked out the main troll.
What's up?
Hello.
How you doing? Can you hear
All
me? Can
right,
you see me?
we have China Mrs. Jones here. Yes. Welcome.
It's been a while.
How are you, lady?
I'm fantastic. And you, sir?
Yes, fantastic. Let me see. I'm China Mrs. Jones. What a
Hello.
pleasure, an honor. Flat Earth is right up your alley.
Yes, it is. Although it was the last thing I've been studying, but it got me there. It started with orbs and spirits and such, and it ended up with a flat Earth theory, that is. Although I don't believe it's flat. Not quite.
Okay, well, how do you think it is?
I think it. I think it looks like an eyeball, if you will, and I do believe in the dome.
Okay, by eyeball, can you describe that a bit more?
Picture. You know how you have the shake globes that shake with the snow
Mhm.
in it, and when you shake it, the snow balls, the snow globes,
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Okay.
It's
I
just a
see.
theory.
Right. So yeah, that's actually one of the things that I wanted people to understand about how theories are theories, and we have to make sure we understand, what a theory is. We have to make sure we accept theories as theories.
Exactly. If you're
At the same time, we have some theories that are stronger than others.
absolutely, this is where your spirituality comes in, I believe. It's just like a lot of us call Jesus, Jesus. Some of us call him Yeshua. Some of us call God, God. Some of us call him Yahweh. But that goes back to the Hebrew language. I think that in our hearts and our souls, if we're just good people and we believe spiritually, we'll be led in the right direction.
Right.
That's my thought.
I can agree with you on a certain extent, because not everyone will be able to get into the scientific side or will be willing or even have the time to get into the scientific side of things. So belief is it's
Time,
important that they are able to
time is
trust.
definitely not on our side. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's important that people are able to have people who they can go to that they can trust to do the research for them. And now I'm not encouraging this. I'm actually encouraging everyone to do their own research, but I think it's always a good thing for the uh, researchers to share their research to people who aren't willing to do research.
Absolutely.
See, but you can't trust everybody.
No, and
Not
that
everybody is
absolutely.
trustworthy.
Can't trust our government. You can't trust your school teachers. You can't trust your scientists. It's just something you really have to follow your heart, do your own research, and come to your own conclusions. And still, at the end of the day, if you're okay spiritually, I think you'll be fine. It is a spiritual awakening now, and time is definitely not something that we have as of
All
now.
right, right. Time can be very confusing. Time can be taken a lot of different ways. But the main
Absolutely.
way that I think everyone can agree that time operates is in line with the sun and the moon. We know that a new day begins when the sun rises. But when it comes to flat earth time, we just choose one place
Right.
where we center time.
But do you remember when the sun used to rise and it was that vibrant yellow, that beautiful, you had the warmth on your face and it was just a good day and you're off to do take care of your business. And you'd come home in the evening and sit in the moonlight, the real moonlight. That doesn't happen anymore at all. And I think it has a lot to do with our dome. I believe it's cracking. I believe that time is up. I think Revelation 12 is really about to take place. I'm concerned about August the 21st. We're having this huge American solar eclipse. You know, this is prophecies are being fulfilled. And if you remember, I didn't too much believe in the Bible back in the day. I
Right,
still I don't believe every word. And I think everyone needs to
right,
start with the Anunnakis. That's just my belief.
right. See, that's another thing I know about you, China, is that some people might not be ready to go all the way to the depth that you've gone.
I know.
They might not be ready for the
But
Anunnaki.
thanks to you, I've learned to hold my tongue and not force myself on anyone or any of my beliefs. But within reasoning, if you just really do some research, everything connects from CERN to the Anunnakis to Sumerian tablets to global warming, geoengineering, chemtrails. They all really.
All right. Well, since you mentioned CERN, I'd like to ask you, what questions do you have, if any, for CERN? Like, if you were able to actually speak to CERN right now, what would you ask?
Whew, I could
'Cause
start a page.
I actually had somebody on the line. I might be able to get them in here.
I would like that.
But what questions would you have for them?
First of all, I would ask the same thing I ask everyone else. Why are you lying about what you're doing? I mean, if they're slamming particles together at the speed of light, okay, when you do your research, you realize that they could blow up our whole entire universe just with the dark matter at your fingertip is enough to destroy us as human beings. And for people believe that that's what they're doing. I believe they're looking for the God particle. If you build a house and you use your nails to put it together, and someone strips it down, they're like, okay, how is this board put together with this pressure? What kind of glue is it used? They're breaking down every particle. From my belief, I believe they found half of the particle. They're opening up the abyss. And when they open up this abyss, which everything is falling down to Revelation 12, September the 23rd, 2017. And I know I ramble on sometimes, but if you break that down in Strong's, in Revelations 12, every word has a meaning. September has a meaning. The number 9 has a meaning. 2, 3 has a meaning. And it all comes out to a fatherly gathering. I don't know if this was sent from heaven to us, or if their Anunnakis just gave us a warning of this binary solar system that we do have. Nemesis is here, but I believe she's been here. I believe this is why the cloaking is going on. Half the satellites around this world, not just satellites, they're cloaking devices as well, which uses the aluminum oxide, the same thing they use for the chemtrails to cover the planets. I mean, I know I go every which way with this, but I feel like CERN has everything to do with the Mandela effect. Are you familiar with that one?
Okay, so how would you relate the Mandela effect, if at all, to the theory of the flat Earth or the theory of the globe Earth?
I don't know if they're in relations to any kind of where anybody could come to any kind of decision on, like they have anything to do with it. I think that CERN can possibly, and I'm going to go there, people, can push time back. I don't think CERN was ready at one point. They shut it down only for one day. They said that a mole got in there and chewed up some wires. I mean, only a dummy would really believe that. But I think they took that day, that time to take time back some, because they were not ready. They built the Tower of Babel. I mean, right? It's like maybe 5 miles from the underground tunnel of CERN. I mean, is that a coincidence? Because you know that Lucifer, possibly Satan, whatever his name is, I believe it's Enki, but if he can come through this Tower of Babel through CERN's underground on the 23rd. Saying everything is demonic. If you ask me, it's been Satan's world since day one.
Okay, so just asking questions, going with the flow of the conversation.
Now that's CERN. Exactly what the hell are you guys doing?
Right. What are you guys doing? Okay.
What is the purpose? I just found out there was one in Chicago. I had no idea.
Are the rumors true? Would that be a way of rewording your question? Are the rumors true, sir?
Yes. Well, I would need you in my back pocket for that. But they're not just rumors, though. I mean, you do have your false. You just like news, CNN, NBC, all of them to me they're evil. And I don't know if you guys are like me. I cannot watch television. I cannot, because I get so upset that they bring up the Kardashians and what they're wearing and Beyonce's baby's name, but they're not concerned with their surroundings. No one is reporting that Yellowstone had 1,000 quakes in 30 days. Martial law is about to kick in. They're already coming east. We have people out there doing footwork that are watching. 50 tankers at one time yesterday were moving east from Yellowstone. The coffins that are out there, 3 bodies can fit in one of them. They're everywhere at Walmart. You know me, Walmart backwards, switch it around is martial law. Clearly. They're shutting down all the Walmarts, putting up, just like it was back in Hitler's days. They're all concentration camps. My advice, don't go to a FEMA camp. Start saving now. Save your water, save your medical supplies, whatever it is you need to survive. Because your neighbors, and this is where martial law is going to kick in, because neighbors are going to start coming to your home like, can I get a glass of water? And you already know there's hell out here because Yellowstone has exploded. So now they're going to kick in martial law and want to take care of us in FEMA camps. I mean, the elites already said they only want so many people on the earth for New World Order.
Right, and that's something that I was going to bring up. It's actually something I was going to bring up about the Georgia Guidestones. I know you're here in Georgia. How do you think the Georgia Guidestones support the globe theory?
How do I think that it supports it? I think it's just another message. I think it's just, subliminally, the elite have to, and they do every day in cartoons, Disneyland, movies, they have to tell us what is going on because they're true believers in karma. Absolutely. They believe, and they do tell us, but people just don't pay attention. They do not. If you notice now, commercials are coming out with the red skies. This is plasma. This is iron oxides coming from the planets. Everything in science that we learned in school is not true. Yes, it's causing earthquakes. It's causing I'm too scared. I'm going to scare people away if I talk too much.
No, don't worry about that. This is Rehab.
Do you remember when you were younger? You remember and you remember this saying, open sesame? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Magic tricks and go, open sesame. That has everything to do with CERN. Everything. And we've been saying that since we were kids. London Bridge is falling down. We sung it nursery rhymes and it fell. Damn near in all the Mickey Mouse pictures that you see penises. I know we're not supposed to talk about sex, and technically I'm not, but you see them. You see the word sex. In the Facebook emblem, you can see the word sex. They're subliminally telling us. And people just don't pay attention. I think this is where your spirituality comes in. And it will make you angry when you wake up. You will be ticked off when you wake up. Since the day you walked into preschool or kindergarten, they said, that is your world. That globe, that sphere, that's it. No, this earth is about to be cleaned as it has been before. So it will be in the coming Sundays. I mean, as it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the coming days of Son of Man. And get deep with that because when Noah was alive back in his day, north was south and south was north. Pole shifting, clearly. In America, I believe it's Babylon. I mean, look at us. We're killing each other for our skin color. That's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Hey, the elite got down with that one. They made us not like each other because of our skin color. How ignorant is that? You know? It's just
Okay, so what relationship do you feel the flat Earth or the globe Earth? Let's stick with the globe Earth right now. What
has
relationship
everything to do with Antarctica.
has to do with race, or how do you think that works together? How
Okay,
is racism connected
elaborate on that question.
to globism? How is racism or skin color connected to globism or the
I
global?
wouldn't say that it's connected. I said it was all about conquering division back in the day. And I go all the way down to the reptilians. I mean, and the serpentines, and I mean, hell, the cartoons have serpentines in them. There's snakes going around fighting little ninjas. You know, and it really all goes back to where we're from and why we are here, how we were created as a human being. A lot of people, you know, they really believe, honest God, to believe that Eve was created from one rib. No, it was the marrow, bone marrow from that humanoid, if you will. There had to be a womb that this creature, that one of us, our human beings, were created in. I truly believe it was from Nibiru, which is where the Anunnakis are from. And she went up there. I mean, they inserted her. She went there, came back, had baby, a child.
So what I actually thought you were going to say something about how the globe is a sort of prison system.
It is a prison. This came back when the Anunnaki were fighting another species. I'm not going to clarify their name because I might be wrong on who it was. And pretty much, it was pretty much a war. And they were like, okay, well, we're going to do this and that. And I believe Yahweh said, you know what? I'm just going to put a dome on this because they have spaceships and things. They was like, we're just going to prison them here for their souls. I mean, technology that they have, they can actually remove your soul from your body and puppet you like a puppet master with a puppet. Literally. Fighting for souls is exactly what they're doing. And Yahweh is just, he's dependent on you to make better choices, great choices, and follow him. Do you understand what I mean? No one can get in or out of here. We've never been to the moon. Ever. I mean, to get through that asteroid belt would pretty much be hell for a human being. This is where the portals come in. There's always been such thing as portals and time lapses. And okay, I'm going to go here with y'all. The sun, for instance, all these these holes and stuff that you see. What if I told you, possibility and hypothetically, that the sun is a portal?
Can you hear that?
What if I told you? What if the sun is a portal? There's a square.
China, can you hear that? Can you hear?
I can hear
the music in the background. You can't. Okay.
I see my video.
Right. Okay. I was just making sure you could, see it or hear it. But please continue.
Back in BC, before Christ, the gold cow or bull, if you will, that used to worship, because I thought I was like, how dare you guys? Y'all worshiping a statue and not our Lord. Now I know why that statue meant something. It's all about and please, people, stop getting astrology. They're two different things. When you study astronomy, it makes sense to me because of the Leo sign in the stars. When that comes around to a certain time, which is about to happen now, this is what I believe. Oh, I hope my kids don't see this. I believe that the coming days of Son of Man, because we clearly are not sons of God. We do have souls, but we are not sons of God. We are sons of man. The rapture is about to happen, but I truly believe that people will be going through a portal through the sun,
Guys,
through a wormhole, if you will. There is a square up there, and there's so many tablets, Sumerian tablets, and I'm so angry with myself for not studying the cornfields. The what do you call them? The where the the little orbs come down and they make the designs in the cornfields. The name. We should have studied those closely. They talked about DNA. They talked about the sun gods. They talked about everything I just told you. The square in there is the square only shows up at a certain time of year, a certain century, and this is the century for Nemesis and her star system. There's Nemesis, Nibiru, and Planet X. Nemesis is a star. She has 7 moons that circle her. And if you watch my videos, you can see them. I'm not an expert on photographs, but I mean, I'm drawn to them. I'm drawn. I know when they're around. I get pictures with a regular old phone that people used to get with telescopes. And when you wake up, you will appreciate spirituality. You appreciate every bit of it, who you are inside. And I think that if you come to terms with yourself as a spirit person, and you're not worried about what you're wearing, and you're not worried about money, you're not thinking of, deception. You're not thinking of being unfaithful to your husband or wife. It's all about who you are inside. And I think that opens up a portal within yourself. And I think that that's what the rapture will be. And it's a portal in our sun. Our sun, the corona holes, the weather shaped right now, perfect to some of the Mayans calendars. I mean, absolutely down to the T. There's no way that these geniuses or these beings knew that the sun would look like that one day. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just, I thought they were worshiping bulls back then, statues. They were not. They were worshiping the sun.
I certainly do. I'm actually enjoying some of your videos here.
Yeah, I've got some pretty good ones on there. Although, the government has taken down so many of them, and I'm banned from going live. I've never done anything wrong. My videos are all, genuine.
You can't go live?
I cannot go live anymore. They abandoned me. I don't know why. That's why I had to shoot videos.
Oh,
no more
did
live.
they notify you by email?
By email, yes, they did. And I emailed them back, and I was like, why? I don't understand. And then they would deliberately take down my videos. Yeah.
What did they say? Can you give us some
They did
details
not
on
give
how
me
they
an explanation. They tell me I violated, and then they'll put it in terms that I have no idea what the hell they're talking about. I violated this code. I violated this code. I don't remember signing anything to sign up for YouTube, and I've never had a problem until this past year. Yes, when I started catching the planets and our sun and its simulator. I might be a bit confused on this, and if anybody can help me with this, please do. Now, our sun is dying. We do have a simulator in front of it. That's why it's white. That's why you get those little red things every time you try to shoot. If we didn't have it, we wouldn't have half the daylight that we do.
All right, so I'm just gonna give one moment. We're gonna check the chat room and see.
Okay.
There, see what the inmates are saying. I see that Bill Hicks is back. He's the trustee, and the whole reason we set up this theme of a cell or rehab.
I think it's a great theme. I really do. I think it's absolutely, and it touches so many different people's opinions on being enslaved, because we are enslaved. We are prisoners. I think a lot of souls are trapped. I don't believe in purgatory or any of that. I truly believe everyone who passes, I think they're resting into the second coming. I don't believe in ghosts anymore like I did. I believe in spirits.
Okay, Bill Hicks says, who funds CERN? Do you have any idea who funds CERN?
The elite. The elite. The one in Switzerland, do you guys realize this thing is 350 miles around? I mean, it's huge. I mean, I'm sorry, 17 around and 350 feet deep into the ground. Yes. And if you Google CERN and Google the underground, oh my Lord, they did an opening for the underground. And when I tell you this is the most satanic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. People were walking around like zombies. They had people marching. They had goats' heads, naked people just loving on each other, sexually acting. It was awful. They had the tree of life upside down. They had the cross upside down with Jesus on it, upside down, or Yeshua, upside down. It's just.
Well, one thing I do want to say is that to a certain extent we have to not be triggered or not be affected by symbols or certain symbols at certain times. I know if I see a bunch of swastika, it's going to be difficult for me to just embrace the swastika, although I know the history on the swastika before the Nazis is actually pretty positive, but you never know how a person is using it, so you have to kind of watch for that. But
Exactly.
we had to be careful to not let things like upside down crosses or pentagrams or any other things
Well,
that you might
I think
consider.
it should affect people to where they start questioning. Petition the damn place. I mean, something, and then you see your celebrity standing out right in front of it, throwing up the Baphomet. Excuse me, but yet people will go watch their videos. Hell, the Pope walks around like this. And when I was growing up, you know what that meant to me? I'm 47 years old. When I was a kid, it's like, I love you. I love you. That's what it meant. And the whole time you're throwing up the, hey, Lucifer. Yes, we can. Obama says it all the time. Yes, we can. Play it backwards. Hail Satan. It's an
Right.
evil
So,
world.
in that sense, I say that there are a lot of things that we can infer from what I think some people could call a coincidence, but I think as flat earthers or infinite plane people, so to speak, infinite planers, we have to be able to have a sort of immunity to certain symbols,
Oh, no,
and we have to learn how to retool those symbols that it communicates a message for us. So it's I just the reason I brought up swastika was because I think that would be a difficult one to retool, especially for the demographic that we might work in, especially here in America. It's going to be hard for some people to accept the swastika, although it might be a positive symbol for the movement. It's been abused, so we have to re-educate the people in a certain sense on, I guess, the positive side of symbols. Some people might argue that there is no positive side to throwing up a Baphomet.
Well, I mean,
But
would
I might
you?
agree with him. But I would say
Excuse me.
you would have to learn how
Okay.
to not be triggered by images and maybe even use them under certain circumstances.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think you're absolutely correct, and I think that when you spiritually wake up, mind you, now I had everything stripped from me in order for me to be able to do this. My husband passed away. My best friend passed over. My best friend that you met me with, she's now gone. And it's like everyone around me just kept falling off the mat, and I was alone. I was alone, like physically alone. I couldn't call anybody, couldn't talk to anybody because everyone has passed. So I think it's kind of like Job in the Bible. I mean, everything was stricken, but he still stood by his Lord. I remember one time I was told I was going to hell because I didn't believe in the basic instructions before leaving Earth. Now I know it's called the Good Book, not the Bible. And I've studied other people's theories in the Bible. I mean, why are we asking what happened to, the Bible, the good parts that I know why, because we
Hey,
would put them.
trying to hold that thought. I know you're talking about the Bible, so I want to resume right there. But I want to give a shout out to Bill Hicks. He's been timed out by Steve G. He knows this what's going to happen to him if he says certain things around certain moderators. But at least we're not banning him. He still can tune in. All right, so um, please go ahead and continue. Ms. Jones, you were talking about the Bible.
I think Hicks is a little confused. It's like I kind of like the dude, but then again, he's confusing me. Um, the Bible.
That's his whole thing. He's set up to confuse you, and that's why
Yeah,
this is rehab. That's why
I'm,
you
I'm
know.
pretty much adamant these days about my beliefs. I listen to everybody's. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Llewellyn.
Oh yeah, I'm just
It's hard to change my mind about anything.
okay. Well, yeah, that's what we're doing here. I'm attempting to accommodate
The Bible.
guys in a certain sort of a way. So don't let him confuse you. We have several mods who will make sure he doesn't get too out of
Well,
hand.
I remember modding for Tommy. I don't read the chat.
Right.
The Bible is a big metaphor to me because you realize now that these people did not have Google, computers, card catalogs, libraries. And they had certain types of libraries back in then, but they wrote in stone. They wrote this book looking at the stars. And clearly, in several places in the Bible, it clearly states coming a light from the heavens. And you would, if you talk to Yahweh, your face would glow or your hair would get gray just from pure energy, pure good things. You understand? Like white is that color that is just so pure. And then you have your I'm not gonna call anybody dumb, but you have your people who choose to be ignorant by insisting that Yeshua was not a person of color. First of all, look, everything is about climate as well. I mean, look at from where they came. This is how can you say that a person with blonde hair and blue eyes came from Africa, Bethlehem, or Iraq Iraq is a very sacred place as well. I know I'm rambling. The Bible. Okay, I want to go to. I think it was who was asked to hide the scroll. Was it John? No, it was John. Somebody was asked to hide the scrolls. Anybody in the chat room know who that is? He was asked to hide the scroll. He was asked to anoint the holy ones with it, seal it, never let it be. Never, ever let it be seen again. I wish I could think of the name. It's in the beginning anyway, but that was just a description of Revelation 12. The tale was about these planets, about the wormhole in the sun. And when you put all of this together and you do study.
Let me just say this really quickly, because I like where you're going, but I just want to help you stay somewhat focused.
Please do.
And just keep doing exactly what you're doing, but always try to bring it back to how we can actually help the people who don't understand or who don't believe or who are not open to gaining knowledge on the flat earth or gaining knowledge on the infinite plane, or people who are not
My
open.
first suggestion to them would stop asking people, why are you doing this? I think that's the most selfish question in the world when people say to me, China, what can you do to help these people? Why are you doing this? Why are you taking all this abuse? I don't get abused anymore online like I used to, because pretty much people are waking up with me asking, what can you do for people? I'm not just doing this for myself. I'm doing it. Survive this and you guys survive this, we're going to need each other. I mean, that's the whole point. If you are one of the who was left here to endure all this hell that you're going to be, oh my Lord, I'm going to need you. What's wrong with saving gallons of water, canned goods, things that, medical supplies, asthma. I mean, people with asthma, how am I going to feel for them? The climate's going to be horrible. That's what I can do for you. I can offer you that water. I can offer you that food. I can bring your family into my home.
Okay, hold on.
We can avoid martial law.
I want to just ask Steve G to allow Bill Hicks at least 300 seconds to say whatever the hell he wants to say.
Why don't you have
without
him on the panel? I'd
timing
love to
him
see his
out.
face.
You can time him out after you allow him to say what he wants to say. Time him out if he is overtly sexual or outright disrespectful. Do not time him out if he is just asking a question, please. This is rehab. We're trying to help him. I appreciate your vigilance. Or please continue. I want to run off
Um,
the initiates.
how we can help people is by helping each other. Llewellyn, you've known me for a while. When I started doing what I was doing, I was worse rambling on than I am right now because I was so excited. But I was excited by information that was clearly going somewhere with it. But at that time, if I just put, you know how you got ah moments, I had a lot of ah moments. But when your ah moments added with another ah moment, then it's just overwhelming, like with knowledge. You just want to tell the world. Then I realized you can't explain it to the world like I do because no one gets it because I do ramble on all the time. But that's because I'm so excited. But now I'm confident. Like when don't let anyone confuse me. No one can confuse me about my own beliefs. But we can help each other. Do what I do. Grab your camera. Sunrise and sunset. Take photos. You'll catch something because they're so close to us now.
Yes, that's
I
something I
mean,
really want you to go into. Can you please tell us about, I guess maybe over the past 2 years,
mhm.
what you have been doing, I guess maybe on a daily or weekly basis in terms of keeping in track of the sun and the
hmm Every time I do it, I have a timetable that I do every time to see how far the sun does not set where it used to. I don't know if you guys have lived in the same home, in the same area for so long, and you know where it sets. Of course, we're tilted, so it's a little off. But there's three suns. Well, two of them are illuminated, and there's two moons also. And I think that if all of us, if we become a team, and every day at say sunrise, 7:30 in the morning, everyone else, East Coast, West Coast, whatever, everyone take a picture of the sun, a couple of pictures, hell, even a video. Then we compare them. Then we do the same exact thing the next day. And then you start comparing, like here in Atlanta, we are finally, I don't want to say finally, like, I mean, finally, like it's happening. Like our skies are just red at sunrise and sundown. But the only way we can be getting the red is from a red object. You understand? There's no more rainbows that are the color of rainbows. We get red upside down rainbows. We have moving rainbows. One has to understand that the closer they get to our atmosphere, you'll get discoloration because it's pushing on our atmosphere. This is why they're cloaking them. And their cloaking devices are phenomenal. But light bends. I never knew light bend. Light bends. The way the light bends around these things is so convincing that it's not there.
Now tell me, okay, now the light bending. Tell me what you know about light bending, because this is
I'm
part of
not
the
a,
reason why
I'm
it's
not
good
a
to have you
student.
on here. Let me explain this. Part of the reason why it's really good to have you on here, China Ms. Jones, is because in many ways I think I wouldn't say that you're a purple pillar. I think you're an absolute red pillar, but
A who?
sometimes a red pillar, a
I
full
don't know what
red.
that is.
You've seen the movie The Matrix, right?
Yes, we're living in that.
All right,
That's
so
that's how we're living in it.
do you remember when Morpheus offered
The red pill
Neo?
or the blue pill? Yeah, gotcha.
So when you take the red pill, you land and you go to the real world. When you take the
And
blue
that's one
pill,
of the
you
things.
go back underneath your spell. You go get you're totally convinced of all the stuff. So I think one of the good reasons to have you on is because in a way I think you are full red pill, but sometimes you come off as a bit purple pill. So and really
I
on
am
some of the
still
other channels in our
growing.
moderation,
I'm
we
still
don't
growing with knowledge every day.
really accept purple pillars. And so that's why it's perfect to have you on is for people like Bill Hicks, so he can listen to you. He can possibly get confused because the thing about purple pillars, sometimes they can confuse
Well, when I
other.
when I mentioned Admiral Byrd, he did say that he was familiar, and he was absolutely correct when, excuse me, when he said that that the Nazis and Hitler had been there first, of course, because I believe in the inner earth theory. I believe that we do have beings living inside our earth. I believe that there is a sun inside of our earth. And people come to realize when we say inside, we don't mean the core.
Okay,
It's
China, Ms. Jones,
around
really
the core.
quickly, before you continue, I want
Mhm.
you to just um, tell us a little bit, tell the audience a little bit about yourself. Give a short bio of yourself. My brother Joseph Green politely asked in the chat, who is this lady? So just let them know who you are real quick, and then we'll keep going.
Okay. Well, walk with me then. My real name, I'm going to go ahead and give you that because, it doesn't matter. The government gave me a social security number. They can track me down anytime. My real name is Tammy. Tammy Ann Jones is my name. Hi, Ann. And I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a high school 1-year graduate. I did not grow up religious. I went to church only on Easter. I had one parent. I had a mother and a sister my entire life. Nothing else. Graduated from School of Dance, Northside High School. Dancing for Bobby Brown for years. Never thought about no flat earth climate or anything. Till one day, my husband passed away. He was shot and killed. And I was getting haunted, if you will. I was being chased by orbs, excuse me, I'm in the garage and I'm redecorating. I do interior design, by the way. But I would have orbs chase me, literally, inside my home, outside my home, driving my car. I had 2 entities touch me. One pull my shirt over my head. I could literally look at my phone like I'm doing now, and it would change everything I would write. And like one time it said, turn around and look at me. I never experienced this before in my life. And I remember as a child thinking, you know what, I would do that if, no. What you do is you freak out. I freaked out. I literally lost my mind. My mom had to take me to the hospital. I had therapy until one thing led to another. Went from orbs to entities. I still to this day cannot take a picture of anything without having an orb or a spirit there. Mainly spirits in the woods. If I take a picture of the woods, they would show up. So I had to continue to look. Then I started seeing UFOs. This is where the crazy part comes in. Because
Right, so I think right there, I just want to pause you really quickly. Right there, I think is a place where we can conduct some experiments. And I think you already have conducted some experiments in a certain way.
uh-huh.
Just that you may not have been really looking at it from the perspective of research or
Not
science.
at all. Yep, you're right.
But
This is
when we look at some of your videos, we can see the orbs that you speak of.
mhm.
And if you were willing to tell us which type of camera you use, and we can get someone else who has that same sort of camera to
I,
take a few shots. And once we repeat that and reproduce that,
mhm.
that's when we have a fact. So just please continue on. And if you can, maybe get into how you came upon the earth being something other than a globe.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and start with the actual aliens. Now, I'm not saying that it could have been blue beam. I don't know, but I had an attachment to these things, literally. Now, when I tell you I heard voices, I didn't hear anyone's voices. I still get them, but I don't hear like a voice in it. It's not a male. It's not a female. It's me. I can hear myself talk to myself. Like, for instance, you know how the hair stands up on the back of your neck if somebody's walking behind you? I would get that all the time. And it's just like, I would shove my shoulders like somebody standing behind me, like in my head. And then I would hear in my head, or something would flash in front of me and it would be a planet. And I just keyed up to it and I'd start taking pictures. I just went outside, just started taking pictures. It annoyed the hell out of everybody. Everywhere I went, they were like, don't you pull out your camera? I was like, I have to do this. I felt overwhelmed. If I did not, my voice in my head would not stop. Now, I know back in the day they'd put me in a insane asylum somewhere, but they just, or my back would hurt really, really bad. And when I go through metal detectors at all, I can't, they always go off. I can get butt ass naked. It doesn't matter. They're still going to go off. So I'm not saying I have an implant. I'm saying I'm connected to these entities. Now, then I started doing some studying and I was like, oh Lord, I must be evil because these are fallen angels. A lot of people believe that these are fallen angels. And the Lord just kept pressing, just putting signs in front of me, and I followed them, and I'm not a follower. And I've never believed in anything but just who I am. And inside of me kept saying, do this, do that, take a picture. And I have busted so many phones, dropped so many phones, just in any average phone. I'm on an Android right now. But I know that I have a calling today. It's like a memo pad in my head. Like today, I know it's going to be a good day for me to go shoot. Like I knew yesterday was not going to be, even though I don't even watch the weather. I am connected to some beings, and I believe they're from a galaxy. I don't know if I'm pretty much sure I'm a descendant, but I'm supposed to be doing what I'm doing right now. I'm supposed to tell people. And I told y'all I took that crazy card. I still have the crazy card. I'm going to put it in a frame and frame it, if that's what y'all want to consider me. But I guarantee you can't debunk me. You cannot tell me that Nemesis is not here. You cannot tell me that Planet X does not exist, the winged planet. You cannot, I mean, there's no way. I have a telescope. You can come shoot with me. I will show you.
China, Mrs. Jones, we have my brother Joseph Green, the guy I'm working closely with on this Flat Earth project.
Hi,
And he
Joseph.
is he's complimenting you. He's saying that you're having a great recall of experiences here, and that you are taking your information from source. And I think that is a very high compliment.
I appreciate that. I'm
Information
being
from
truthful.
source.
That's what I'm doing. I'm finally being truthful instead of making up excuses. I used to make up excuses. I was afraid to tell anyone that I was hearing voices, especially my children. They didn't speak to me. You remember, Llewellyn, I told you my kids didn't speak to me for a whole year. They was like, Mom, if you don't quit posting, well, you if I ever have grandkids, you can never see it. We don't want them around you for a whole entire year. Now they just don't watch my videos. They just ask me when I'm around at family gatherings, just don't speak of it, Mom. And it's heart-wrenching. I mean, it rips me apart. But if that's their choice, this is what I'm supposed to do. I give it to Yahweh and I ask Yahweh, please help them, guide them like you've guided me. You know, they're descendants of me and they're great kids. And now they're 32, 27, 23 and 14. My 14 one, she's a lot like me. She sees people that have passed. And it's a spiritual awakening for myself. And I think that Yahweh took it through. He took me through starting with the orbs and then starting with the aliens and then the planets to get me to do what I'm doing, because you couldn't have set me down at no time of day and told me exactly what I'm telling y'all and I would believe it. That was not going to happen. So I think that there's a way for everyone if you actually pay attention to your surroundings. I believe everything happens for a reason. If I go to pick up a pen and I drop it, I'm not supposed to use that one. Maybe there's another one sitting beside it. I believe in accidents, but not to your everyday life. I truly believe everything happens for a reason. There's a reason, Llewellyn, I haven't spoke to you in forever. And my phone, I was getting ready for bed. My phone said ding, ding, an awkward ding. And I picked it up and I saw it and I was compelled to say, let me hear what he's doing. That's why I was saying this is interesting, because you normally don't do shows like this. You do shows on stuff I can't even pronounce. But this, I was drawn to it. And I was just telling my friend day before yesterday, I'm sorry, that I wish I had an outlet other than YouTube, because they keep blocking me and banning me. Just so I can talk to people, you know, and maybe if y'all get a sense of who I am, you would know that I'm not a crazy individual, but I do desire to know exactly what's going on around me so I can tell people, so you can survive this. And if you leave here, then you want to go and move on. I believe in reincarnation. I believe that our Yahweh is not selfish. I believe that you get other chances. I don't believe you're condemned to hell. I believe that Jeffrey Dahmer, I believe that he didn't have a soul. I believe he was just evil. You know, and I think that if you don't have a soul, then you have a choice where you're going. It doesn't even matter. You don't have feelings. You don't have a conscience. I'm a conscious being. I care about my surroundings. I care about your surroundings and everyone who's listening to me right now. And if you just put aside the crazy card for a moment, everything will make sense. And then I found out about CERN, and I was hurt. I was torn apart. And then the Tower of Babel, everything is like a ah moment. I'm relaxed within myself right now. I want to be with my children whenever we pass, and for you to separate yourself from anyone like me is a huge mistake. It really is, because you're going to stay self-centered and self-absorbed. And even my ex, I'm like, Elliot, please pay attention. He was like, if you don't stop talking about that crazy stuff, but you don't go outside in the morning. Look, you will see. I remember one time my kid said, Mom, the day you record Two Sons, then we'll listen to you. Go through my channel. How many times have I caught the Two Sons? And they will not watch them.
So what I would say there is, in any moment where we somewhat feel like we lose, or we feel like we are not able to receive all of the benefits that we may have normally received when we were thinking like everyone else, we need to observe some sort of way. We need to observe some sort of rules of behavior in order to maintain a certain level of power. And while some people may see this as somewhat deceptive,
Absolutely.
it's kind of a part of the game. And I take this from the 48 Laws of Power. It's a book by Robert Greene. I think Joseph Green is related to him. They're first cousins. I'm just joking. They might not be related. But the law, I think it's number 39, no, 38 or something like that. But it says, think like you want, but behave like others. And I think we don't always need to use these laws of power for every single situation in life. But in a situation when we are losing, we need to identify why we think we're losing. And then we need to try to apply one of these 48 laws of power if it's in our heart to do so. And it might not be in your heart to do so with your own children, but in any other case, you want to observe Law 38, which states that you should think as you want, but behave like others. So,
But isn't that contradicting exactly what you're doing right now? Because if I behaved like everyone else, I would not be as vocal as I am right now, because everyone else is hush hush.
so
They're
this is
scared.
somewhat of a it's kind of a safe place, even though we have people like I'm going to name Bill Hicks, even though he's a good one in my opinion. You have people who will absolutely attack you for your expressed way of thinking. And so in those situations, you have to either find a safe place where you are free to express how you think, so you don't have to conform or behave like others. But in certain other spaces where it could become hostile, or it's just absolutely out of the question, you have to learn the art of behaving like others.
Yeah, you have to learn to humble yourself. Humble yourself. Don't look for anybody to do it for you. Stop looking for apologies. If someone makes you angry, then and if it did, what they did to you did not apply to you, like accusing you of something, humble within yourself. And I think that's where people get clarity once you do that, because that person is doing nothing more than causing you problems. And if you're a problem maker, I don't want to be a part of you. If you're a problem solver, then I'm all for it. And it's just.
Oh, I got to correct this. Robert Greene is actually the son of Joseph Green.
Thanks for that clarification. I was about to. What was I about to tell you?
Did I mess with the train of thought?
Yes, you did. In a good way, though.
Well, basically, all I'm really trying to do is just sort of press this law of power that sometimes, as flat earthers or as believers in Nibiru, we have to utilize. We have to know who we're talking with. That's another law of power. I think
Absolutely. And then that's where
No,
Hebrew language is so very important. It upsets me that these people have taken this book and they have just wrote it in their own words, so we would follow it. But if you look at it,
no,
especially
we have to
Strong's,
preach the
Strong's
need
is
for
something that
change.
we can do.
We have to preach the need for change, but we cannot and we should not force people to change.
And that was my problem to begin with. I was pushing my kids. You know, I was look at this and look at this, and I just spent hours and hours studying. I was just wanted them to know, and they still do not care to know, and I'm okay with that now. But I can get closer to them from a distance if that makes any sense to you. Letting them be and just making
Okay.
sure that I'm still their mother, making sure that I have their supplies, that I'm saving for this, just in case this happens. Well, we know something is definitely going wrong with I mean, has anyone checked on Yellowstone?
See, now let me address this really quick.
Mm-hmm.
We have a guest, Leroy Foster, who said, if we behave as others, the status quo will never change. What I have to say,
Exactly.
no, but what I have to say about that, because Leroy Foster might be a purple pillar, what I have to say about that is, see, okay, some people might wonder, why does IPS never reveal his real name? One of the reasons he probably doesn't reveal his real name is because he knows and he's understanding of the law of power that's in place. If you're going to reveal your real face, you might not want to reveal your real name. Or if you're going to reveal your real name, you might not want to reveal your real face. Why? Because under certain circumstances, you might be attacked for your thoughts if expressed.
I'm sure. I'm
So, as a
sure.
form of protection or a form of maintaining a certain level of power, and we're not talking about power in a negative sense, we're talking about power in the form of self protection. You need to
Absolutely.
know who you're dealing with to the point where you say, you know what, I'll forego all of this talk that I know normal or what I say blue pillars are not ready for. And I'm not going to go into a place that's filled with blue pillars
Absolutely.
and just without any sort of strategy start to pop them red pills. You see?
Yeah.
Because it's going to get crazy. It's going to get wild. Now, we could orchestrate something. We could all come together and do it with some sort of style,
Yes.
campaign it, or something like that. Then that's us preaching the need for change, but not pushing it too hard.
I agree. I do.
And then eventually we will win. Moreover, we have to marshal our forces with their forces. So it's a strategy. It's not so much so that we're saying that you need to, um,
But see, this is where faith comes. This
but
is
you
where faith comes
have
in.
to understand how to be political about the situation, be politically correct about the situation. That's why I'm saying don't ban people like Bill Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
Not here.
Absolutely.
Put them in timeout. Put them in timeout.
Going back to Genesis in the good book, how can the majority of people that I know, they believe in the Adam and Eve whole story, and it's true to a sense, but you have to recognize that that serpent talked, and if they believe in the Genesis that the serpent talked, serpents are still talking. I mean, people need to realize this. Eve was deceived; she slept with both. And this is why where Cain and Abel came in, because Cain killed Abel because Abel was the good bloodline. He was the great, the pure. And Cain was not. So therefore, the bloodline that went throughout history was Lucifer's seed, Satan's seed. And just like somebody commented earlier, you can't believe everything you read. No, you cannot, but you damn sure can do enough research and come to some kind of terms within yourself that this is how this had to have happened. This is why you're the one who brought me with the Anunnakis. I didn't know anything about them. And it totally makes sense now that I've done my research. Everything you said was absolutely true. I felt dumbfounded. Every day I do research and I still feel dumbfounded, like, why didn't I see this before? Why didn't I make this connection before? Because I wasn't ready mentally. I was not ready. I was worried about other things in life, like my children, and hell, what who was going to sign me up for the next interior design. I don't even worry about that anymore. I give it to Yahweh. I have faith in him. I have faith in him as no one's going to come attack me because I don't physically have proof in my hand. I am not a physicist. I don't work for NASA. You know, I'm just speaking what I have been led to believe by, like your friend said, a calling. It's just what I do. And everything makes sense to me now. I'm still learning, but we still have a huge deception going on. Huge deception. And people are still, we have people out there doing footwork on my channel that is just like following just convoys of our own people, our own army, our own Marines, our Navy, who are going to flip the script on all of us. I truly believe in the cloning centers. Absolutely. I believe in the reptilians. I've seen them shapeshift. I can see them. I never knew how to do that. One day I was sitting on the phone and I was just watching Hillary Clinton, and inside my head, once again, my own voice, not anybody else's, that said, oh, pause and go, pause and go. And I saw myself in a second glimpse doing it. So I would hit the pause, go, I would just pause, and I could catch them crystallizing. I could catch them breaking down in pixels. I saw the eyes. Therefore, I know that they were. Now, I don't even like to go to restaurants because I can sense them. Literally, my senses are just like high-fiving. It's just amazing. I, for instance, was at Poor Folks. I don't know if y'all have a Poor Folks where you are, but we were eating, and this little girl was sitting in the booth behind me, and I kept feeling heat coming from behind me, and I'm like, I'm just burning up. I mean, golly, am I going through menopause? And I turned around and looked at this child, and I saw a man raping her, literally in a split second. And I was just like, oh my God, what do I do? I don't know what to do. And before I did nothing. I mean, what can you do? I can't accuse nothing. I didn't see the man with her until we walked outside. We walked outside. I saw the man take her by her hand like her father or something and put her in the car. And that was my awe moment to like, I can't handle this. I can't handle this. I'm that person that what I would do to a child molester. But this is something that I had to overcome. I have to live with it on a daily basis. When I met you, remember we were at the park? As soon as I met you and shook your hand, I felt nothing but good energy from you. And it was overwhelmingly. I mean, I was just like, you were just a good, natural, natured man. And I'm not saying that because I know you. I'm saying that because I knew you before I met you. You understand? It was because we did click when I was messing around with Tommy, but it all made sense to me. You were my way out because I was going in the wrong direction, even dealing with Tommy. And I've always looked up to you, but I have that senses about everybody that I meet. A lot of people are like, you're just antisocial or you're sedity. No, I'm not. You have a presence about you that I don't care to be around because I have other things to do. So I do have faith in Yahweh, and I think that I don't believe I'm going to die of a horrible death. I don't think anybody's going to attack me. I think that I'm going to go naturally. That's just how I look at it. So I'm going to do everything I can to help each and every one of you understand that all of us have a higher calling. Each and every one of us has a chance to move on and go to that different realm, to that other dimension. You know, and when you look at things in the fourth dimension as opposed to your third dimension, oh, wow. It is truly amazing. Just life itself is a beautiful, this planet, Gaia, she's a natural source for us as human beings. And all that's been ripped away from us. We're paying for water. We're paying for everything that we should not have to.
Now, that's something that I think is appropriate to look up for all of the initiates or inmates, whatever we're going to call them, here in our cell. You need to look up Gaia and just do a little research on Gaia. That's a deity.
Absolutely. She is living. How many of you used to laugh at people for talking to plants? I know I did as a kid. I'd be like, why is she talking to that plant? And
I talk to plants as much as possible.
I see. I was never.
Plants here.
I was never taught to do that. I do now because they're living. They give us oxygen. You know, it's just everything ties together, and this is a beautiful place to live. It really is. And there is another Earth-like planet in the solar system that we have. And there's something really huge underneath our Earth. Y'all check my channel.
That's where I basically have to say that I don't agree with you, but that's part of the reason why this is great as far
But I
as
like it when you see. I like it when you don't agree with me because normally when you don't agree with me, I learn something from it, and I look forward to it. You know, a lot of people get, well, I don't agree with you. And they get all nasty. Okay, explain to me why you don't agree with me. You might change my way of thinking because I'm not perfect. I'm just learning, and I'm going to continue to learn until I take my last breath in this dimension. What are your thoughts on that, Llewellyn? Do you believe in reincarnation?
sure. And in many ways, well, let me put it like this. There are
Okay.
really only five things that I believe in and I don't question at all. And that might seem like a lot of things, but these are five things that I've isolated. I believe in what my eyes see. I believe in what my ears hear. I believe in what my skin feels. I believe in what my tongue tastes. And I believe in what my nose smells. And I don't question these things. When I smell something, I don't question that. I accept it and I act on what I smell. It smells wonderful, you know.
You just included all five of your senses.
Right. And so these are the things that I believe in.
Hmm.
Right. And the reason I believe in them is because there's no other way for me to use them if I don't believe in them. Because there's no way for me to prove that I can actually see. I mean, I can tell people all day that I'm seeing things, and if they don't see them, um,
Welcome to my world.
you know, it, they just don't see them. So I can't necessarily just bring somebody into my head or into my mind and allow them to see what I see. The only way that I can really do that is by speaking to them or by
Hmm.
perhaps painting for them, designing something for them, or just giving them some sort of way to interact with what's going on in my mind. But ultimately, you know, we all have to believe in those things. And this is what I call an axiom. And based on this axiom, um, you know, I may or may not believe in certain other things. So you asked me if I believe in reincarnation, and what I'm saying is ultimately there's a sixth axiom that I incorporate that I feel like maybe not all people want to incorporate or need to incorporate, but the sixth axiom is called intuition.
Uh-huh.
It's just an ability to see beyond the obvious. Some people call it wisdom,
Yes.
but it's using anything other than your senses to to gain information.
You just
So it's sometimes, I don't always teach initiates on the sixth sense because I want them to master the first five. If they can master the first five, the sixth one shows up without any training.
the first five teaches you to trust your intuition.
Right. If you want to exercise your sixth sense or your intuition, you need to exercise your vision, exercise your hearing. Just sit somewhere one day and just try to listen to every single sound
Hmm.
that is within earshot. Sit down one day and just attempt to observe everything within your range of vision. When I say everything, I mean everything. This is a form of meditation, but it's also a form of training.
And it
Once
brings
you
you
get
clarity.
really good at it, try to eat a meal and taste every single flavor. You know,
Speaking of
go.
meals, I did not grow up blessing my food. Now I
Now,
know the importance, you know.
right. Now, you know what? Actually, that's somewhat on another topic, but we can address that too. But you know, ultimately, I'm just saying, the only things that I believe in are based on my five senses, and after having mastered my five senses, or at least having mastered one, I would say that I have certainly mastered the art of seeing, and I probably have mastered the art of uh, yeah, I say mostly seeing,
Yeah.
maybe smelling. You know, I've mastered those two arts, and that has triggered, so to speak, my ability to, well, my sixth sense, which is the art of knowing or being able to be intuitive and to intuitively make certain decisions, without having to have proof through one of my basic other axioms. You see, so the reason I press this is
Okay.
because what I'm ultimately trying to get at is
Hmm.
I believe in reincarnation, but not because of my first five axioms. I believe in reincarnation because of the sixth axiom of intuition,
Got
and
you.
that is somewhat linked to the fact that I feel like I have identified a soul in every object on this flat earth, meaning that every plant has a soul, every animal
Mm,
has a soul, every
absolutely.
gem has a stone, a soul,
Hmm.
every
Hmm.
quartz stone has a soul, every blade of grass has a what? A soul. So it's very animistic in a certain sort of a way. It is somewhat African in a certain sort of a way, but it helps me come to terms with the earth that I live on, and it helps me to have respect for all things. So in a certain sort of a way, uh,
What's going through my head, right?
reincarnation is
uh,
easy to
I,
believe.
I have to say this before I
Reincarnation is
forget. As you're speaking to me, what's going through my head is that this is, you're exactly right. I mean, that's you're a man of prosper to me. You love to prosper, you love to teach, you're a healing, you're, this is exactly what the elite knows that people of your intelligence are. This is why Blue Beam was created. Blue Beam, they have, their technology is so incredible. Half the UFOs that we do see do not exist. We have cloaking planes. We call them ghost planes that are just, they're 747s flying, and then they'll just stop and they will hover and then they would disappear. We all know that's Blue Beam. This there will be. I'm telling you guys, there will be a false alien invasion. There will be. They're gonna be beings that, people, you are gonna see spaceships come out. They're gonna land. They're gonna say, we're here to help you, and that's BS. They even, Blue Beam is so great. You can even touch these holograms. Literally, they can beam from here to there just like they do in the movies. Same thing is going on. This is where they're going to play with people's minds when it comes to seeing is believing.
All right, now on that note, I want to go ahead and point people to a video that I recorded, I streamed maybe about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. It's called The 10 Minds. But since we're talking about the mind and
Hmm.
how, various groups like Blue Beam or CERN or whatever, they might try to infiltrate your mind. And
Yeah.
it's really easy to infiltrate a mind if a person doesn't even know what a mind really is or hadn't really examined their own mind enough to the point to know even how to defend it. It's like if you're not even fully aware of your own body, how would you know how to defend your body? Maybe if tried to stab at you and you try to block it, you might try to block it with your hand, not knowing your body, you can get cut really easily. But if you
Hmm.
know your body, you would know I can't block this stab with my hand. I have to do something
Right.
else. I have to push
I love your analogies. Oh, you're such an
your
expert at
arm,
analogies.
right? Because this is what comes out of I say mastering the the sense of touch. when you master the sense of touch, it
Hmm.
also contributes to your sixth sense, because knowing how to control what's touching you and what's not touching you at any given time gives you a great resource for analogies. You see, because you
Yeah.
can just relate it to another physical situation that you've been in, where you had to control touch, and you know that uh, you would not have been able to do it had you not really been familiar with your body and the mechanics of your body and how your body actually works. So again, the 10 minds, I'll run through them really quickly.
Okay.
Um, you have the goat mind, which is what we consider the lowest level of the mind, right? And after these 10 minds, I'm going to introduce the nine gates, and the nine gates are the various entryways that certain mind slayers and I guess globe heads. Some of them are not trained, so they might not be aware that they're penetrating any gates in an attempt to shout into your mind and
Hmm.
confuse you and program things that they might want you to do, carry out their agenda.
Hmm.
So, so I'll just go over the 10 minds and then I'll go over the nine gates, and they're really simple. But the first mind is the goat mind, and the goat mind is a mind that takes everything literally,
Yeah.
has no ability for abstraction whatsoever. Like, it
Right.
can't be abstract at all. Just if you say if you say something that just can't see the humor in it, and that's part of the um, thing that I was trying to say to the guys a little bit earlier. Is just like, look, we have to learn to speak sarcasm. We have to learn that a lot of these people actually speak. They speak English, but they speak sarcastic English. So
Hmm.
you have to learn how to not really take their words at face value to a certain extent. But it's called the goat mind. And when a person comes to you in the goat mind, they're taking everything literally. And a lot of times that's what people do to try to entrap you. They
Why
will
the
take
animal, the goat?
every single thing that you say literally, and then try to hold you to that, holding you tit for tat. That's them in their attempt to pull you down to the goat mind, which is the lowest level. Once they get you down to the goat mind, they can lead you around, they can control you. So, what were you about to say before I go into the next mind level?
I was going to ask you what the goat specifically as its creation being a goat. In other words, I look at that like, are you saying a goat just doesn't have a mind of its own? Is there a reference why the goat is referenced to that one? Excuse
Well,
me.
I get these mind levels from Chinese philosophy,
Okay.
and I think they choose the goat because it's a symbol in the Chinese culture of I guess a relatively easy animal to keep.
Okay.
It's a goat. It follows you.
I get it. I get it. Okay.
Just it's stupid. You might even kind of be mean to it. You're not even really feeding. I would say it follows. It's a goat. It's just stupid, but
Okay.
it's still useful. But it's a goat. It's the lowest level of mind you can have.
It's
You
kind of
can
like
lead a
our
goat. You can
chakras.
actually lead a goat to slaughter. Is how stupid it is. And now you could say that you do that for cows or pigs or something like that. But
Okay.
we're dealing with China. We call it the goat mind.
Okay.
Okay. All right. The next level of mind is the child's mind. Or no, I'm sorry, the fool's mind. And the fool's mind is one level up from the ghost mind. But the fool mind is someone who, I guess, they make a ritual out of everything. Those are the type of people who kind of like to demonize
Mm-hmm.
words, demonize thoughts and ideas. People who try to just say, okay, you're a flat earther, therefore you are stupid, or therefore you are crazy, or therefore you are retarded. Those are people who are stuck in the fool's mind. The fool's mind is ritualistic about everything. They think
Yeah.
everything. They really caught up into like superstitions and old wives' tales. They don't know how to really see beyond that. They've made it somewhat of a religion. Um, but that is the next level of mind, which is known as the child's mind. The child's mind is absolutely um, caught up in the religion of what it believes in, and it's not necessarily open to anything outside of that. The child's mind is very religious, and if you
Hmm.
say anything outside of what they have accepted as a belief, they cry. So
Absolutely.
it's a little bit more powerful than the fool's mind, because the fool mind is just into the ritual, and all the fool wants to do is complete the ritual,
Hmm.
because somehow he believes that by completing the ritual, he will manifest whatever little magical thing that he was trying to manifest. So a lot of these trolls are in the fool's mind because they have a ritual of coming onto your live stream and making certain comments, and
Hmm.
that's all they want to do. They'll get a sock puppet to do it. They'll do anything they have to, but they have to go through with the ritual of just trying to say something that is absolutely
So
unacceptable.
it's kind of like our chakras in our body, right?
You could say that this could align with your chakras, but I wouldn't limit it to that particular structure or format. These are the 10 minds,
Okay.
so this all kind of fits into the third eye chakra.
Okay. The
All of this
banana.
kind of fits the third eye.
Uh-huh. And your
So
pituitary gland. I've learned so much about that. I never knew we had that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, it's all right, you know. But so after the child's mind, which is the third level of mind, you have. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Are you eating?
Yeah, I'm having a little brunch. But go ahead, go ahead. And I'll get
No, I'm just
we'll
gonna
get
I'm
off
gonna
the
write it
topic.
down because I'm gonna after you're finished, I'm gonna bring up something that might cause some controversy. I'm just gonna write it down. Go ahead, continue.
All right. So after the child's mind, we have the dead man's mind. What the dead man's mind is a mind state where a person is just afraid of death and they're worried about the future. And this is a slightly better mind than the child's mind. All right, Levoy. Talk to you later. Yes, sir. I'm going to talk while eating. Um, the dead man's mind is one who is worried about the future, and one who's worried about dying. And so, one of the things they try to sell you on is, well, you don't want to really believe in this particular thing because, I'm scared that it's going to interfere with our way of life. I'm scared that it's going to interfere with our quality of life.
I'm
But
so worried about dying they don't live.
right, that's a dead man's mind.
Right.
But it's slightly better than the child's mind. At least they're not just caught up in a religion and ready to kill you when you oppose their religion. The dead man's mind is just they just don't want to die, but they're not mad at you just because you have an opposing belief. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. Absolutely.
All right, so it's the fourth level of mind. The fifth level of mind is known as no karma.
Mm.
The no karma mind. And what the no karma mind is a mind where the person believes in cause and effect. They no longer are worried about death so much so the future. They believe that everything is based on cause and effect. They believe that they do good, they will receive good. They believe that they do bad, they will receive bad. They believe, well, eh, it's called no karma because in a certain sort of a way, it's almost like you're not paying for past sins. We're not paying for things that you did in your past life. You're paying for cause and effect that you have brought into existence today. Like if you're suffering today, it's not because of some past life. It's because you did something
Choices.
that led to that state. So it's a no karma mind, but it's kind of like karma because it's cause and effect, but it's more of an instantaneous cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the type of people who we're approaching a high level of mind when we get to the no karma mind. When we get to a person who has no karma or who has the mind frame of no karma, which I call a level five mind, person with a level five mind, a no karma mind is actually when I can be your friend. See, when you realize that you
Mm.
can actually do something to change your situation. That's a no karma mind, but it's still a low quality mind compared to the other minds. The level six mind is known as the compassionate mind. Right? The compassionate mind is better than the no karma mind because it's not worried about cause and effect. The compassionate mind is just kind of considering where other people are coming from, considering their perspective,
A
and
lot like,
trying to
hmm,
go ahead.
a lot like myself,
Right.
my new
I, I,
self. Mhm.
I would probably say that's kind of where you are. I would say that you could be considered a compassionate mind, which is really the first of the high level minds. You could consider the no karma mind high level, but it's, five is just that average number. It's like the first of the high level. So the second high level would be the compassionate mind. So, so maybe China, you can go on a little bit about how you feel like you have a compassionate mind. How do you put others before yourself?
I think it all started with my third child, actually, because I used to be that one who worried about what people thought of me, what I was wearing, how I spoke, and I never would look at their input. Or if they came at me negative, I would just brush them off like, well, whatever, you're just jealous or something to that manner. Now I consider people's feelings. I mean, I open doors for people now. I help people whatever they need. I don't just turn a blind eye anymore. If someone is talking at me in pure ignorance, I actually listen to them now because I want to help them with their ignorance.
All
I,
right,
I want them to see better, learn from it.
that's interesting. Uh, I'd say that it leads perfectly into the next level of mind, which is the unborn mind. And the unborn mind is similar to the compassionate mind in that it's only concerned with others that are outside of themselves. So the unborn mind is a high level mind, but it is approaching dangerous because they're not thinking about themselves at all. All they're
Yeah.
thinking about
Yeah.
is you, and
Wow.
that makes them dangerous.
Yeah, I was just told recently I can't save the world, and I am drowning myself, worried about everyone else instead of myself. But I feel like I'm okay. I'm,
Right.
I'm okay within.
That's a very high level mind because there's one thing about a person who is concerned about someone else,
Mm-hmm.
and that is that they know this person. So if there
Mm-hmm.
was anyone who could help them or hurt them, it would be that level seven mind that is centered and focused on them. All of us could use a level seven mind around us, an unborn mind, someone who is dedicated to us. But that's hard to get nowadays. But
Absolutely. You took the words right out of my mouth. That is so hard to come by.
it's a level seven mind. It's one of the most precious ones, I think. But at the same time, it's a hard one to maintain. And for the most part, all of us fluctuate through these different levels of mind every day.
Absolutely.
See,
I mean, you just took me through a journry. Basically,
well,
I
there's
think
still three
you have to
more,
pass one to get to two, right? You got to pass two to get to three.
right? So, in a way, you could exercise this or meditate on this every morning where you
Mm-hmm.
wake up. You recognize that you are in a ghost-like state of mind, meaning that you're not really thinking, you're just
Hmm.
taking everything literally. Then you go proceed on. So we're on the seventh mind now, and that's the unborn mind. The eighth mind, let's see, and that would be the, what do we call this? The single truth mind. Now, the single truth mind is a very powerful mind. It might actually be, well, it's certainly more powerful than the unborn mind because the single truth mind is a person who's very, very logical. And I think that's kind of the place where I reside.
I was about to say that sounds like you.
Yeah, I think I'm a level eight mind because a level eight mind, they're the type that believe that there's only one way. But a good level eight knows how to listen to false claims. But at the end of them listening to a false claim, they're always going to say, "Well, no, this is actually wrong. I'm sorry. If you want to do it right, you need to do it like this." But there's only one way. The single truth mind people are good to have around you too because they're not going to lie to you. Only thing that might be off with them, or you need to watch, is how they go about determining that single truth.
Ooh, yeah. There you go. You're okay.
Right, and it
Absolutely. Yeah.
should be with logic. If they determine their single truth using the classical laws of thought, then they are a good level 8 mind. A wicked level 8 mind might use some other method.
Right.
If you use the classical laws, which are identity, non-contradiction, and exclusive middle, use those three laws, then you have really positive eighth mind level, known as the single truth mind.
I like that.
All right, so there are only two minds that are more powerful than the single truth mind, and that is the no self mind. Now, the no self mind is very similar to the unborn mind, but what makes it slightly different is that the no self mind is a little bit aware of himself, but the reason it's called a no self mind is because it has included, it has excluded all ego from the equation, although it's considering everything in the equation. So no self means that really it's it sees everything as itself. It's not separating itself from everything else. So the unborn mind is aware of themselves, but they are paying most of, if not all of their attention on you.
Right.
But they understand that they are separate. The no self mind does the same thing, but it does not factor in the separation. What makes that powerful is now they are going to treat you like they would treat themselves.
Do unto others as they do unto you.
A person with a no self mind cannot eat food in front of another person without giving that other person food, whether it was his enemy or whether it was his friend.
And I think that that right there is all about what perception comes in. And how you perceive things will lead you there.
Is it? I think it's about if you can work yourself up to the mind state, but you have to know that there is a path to get there. The path are these 10 minds. You have to step up these steps one at a time in your mind as you deal with different situations or different individuals and try to get all the way up to the 10th level with that thing. Once you get to the 10th level with that thing, you are considered master of that thing. And that leads us up to the 10th mind, which is the highest, the most difficult to obtain. Some people probably never obtain the 10th mind. 10th mind is known as the secret mind. And the reason it's called a secret mind is because it has incorporated all of the first nine minds. You never know really what mind level that person or entity is on, and so it is therefore a secret.
Yeah, they're probably the ones that sit and observe. They don't talk a whole lot.
Right. So a secret mind is absolutely the highest level. A person who knows how to just be there and know just about everything, but quiet.
Yeah, they choose not to speak on it because they're humbled within themselves. They don't feel it necessary to please anyone. They don't feel it necessary to, you
Well,
know,
you don't know. I'll say that the key thing is that you just don't know. It could be what you're saying, title of results, but the thing about the secret mind is that you just don't know what.
yeah. When I just don't know what, I keep my mouth shut too.
You just don't know. And it's best that when you're dealing with a person that you have identified as being on a 10th mind level, it's best
Hmm.
that you make no assumptions and anticipate nothing.
That should be on a
Anything
t-shirt. Say that again. Participate and say nothing. It's definitely a slogan for a t-shirt.
make no assumptions and anticipate nothing. Anticipate
Yeah.
nothing and make no assumptions when you're dealing with someone who's operating on the 10th mind level, because they can bless you, they can curse you. That's the most powerful mind that you could ever be up against. The secret mind, you know.
Hmm. That was very interesting what you just took me through.
So now that you understand how the mind is structured, at least from an Eastern perspective, I guess I've just given everybody who's tuned in and followed through, I've given them an Asian mind frame. And the reason I call it an Asian mind frame is because it's from the East. But we don't want to discredit people from the East just because they're from the East. It's just good to know it, being that we are from the West. It's good to know what's going on the East. But this is how the mind is structured from the perspective of the East. And so, staying in the East, we're going to find out how to interact with these 10 minds and how to activate them, so to speak, because the only way you're going to activate any of these minds is to feed it data on that level. But you don't want to just feed secret data to a goat mind. So you got to warm the mind up.
Mm-hmm.
What you do it is you choose a gate to enter. And this is where we go back to the law of power, where we have to know who we're dealing with. Law number 19, know who you're dealing with. Or maybe even law 33, learn every man's thumb screw.
Can you elaborate on thumb screw?
Yes, of course, the thumb screw is the thing that makes a person tick. Like,
Ah,
I
buttons.
guess it's, if you were going to go with stereotypes, you would say every black man's thumb screw is a girl with a big booty and a smile.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
That's his thumb screw. So if you really want to penetrate one of his gates, it might be best done through the vehicle of a person of that persuasion. But that's not really what I'm trying to get into right now. We're working on.
I know we've got way sidetracked.
It was related. It was related.
But it is very much related because I see where you're going with this, and as opposed to people
I'm
in
simplifying.
their beliefs.
What I'm doing is I'm just simplifying it. I'm putting it in an alphabetic sort of format,
Hmm.
breaking it down into elementary particles so that, if you were a smart kid or something like that and you tuned in and you got a chance to listen, you say, okay, what is this guy talking about? He's talking about an Asian mind frame, and he's talking about what a mind is, and he's talking about how
But a
you.
curious mind will listen. A curious mind, or one who's uh,
I'm giving them things that they can count. Literally, they can count these.
Yeah.
It's easy to remember something that you can count. If you can't count it, if it's uncountable, it's hard to remember. It's like what I have 50 11. I have 50 lemon. 50 lemon. Okay, got you know.
You know, I had no room to
Grandkids,
talk. Remember, you had to take me. You started me from nouns, verbs, and pronouns. You know, and even though I felt like I was educated and I graduated, you taught me more in that time frame than I ever learned in my 12 years of high school and my 1 year of college.
you have to give
Just
people,
because of the way you did it, the way you proceeded.
you have to
Yeah.
refresh people. You know, it's not like you're insulting them, but you're talking. You're talking to the child mind of them, and that's the mind number three. But
Hmm.
if you don't talk to the child mind to them, then you will never reach the secret mind, and that's really the mind level that you're trying to reach with people, because that's the mind level where we can actually make
Understand.
things
Like
happen.
you used to
No,
get
make things
so
happen. Not
yeah.
understand. I'm talking about actually make things happen. We can put things into action when we actually say, "Okay, I get you. Me and you, we have a secret together," or
Hmm.
we all have this secret, and people see the evidence of the secret. You know, it doesn't have to be opulence. It doesn't have to be riches. It doesn't have to be all sorts of cars and fashion, Fendi, Gucci, Prada, Louis Vuitton, and Hermes, and all of the other
Hmm.
occult. Could be something. Well, anyhow, let's just stay focused.
Okay.
The gates is 9 gates that you have to focus on or imagine when you're trying to interact with certain minds. So if you enter one gate, if you're trying to go to a next level, you need to go to another gate. You need to find a way to reach another gate. Now the gates might sound perverted once I get to a certain point, but you just look at it. It's an Eastern perspective. It's not really perversion. You have to sometimes understand things from an abstract perspective and don't think with a goat mind. Think with a single truth mind, or you know, maybe even a secret mind, or think with an unborn mind,
Mm.
or even maybe I don't care, dead man's mind.
So
But
when I'm sitting
don't
around,
hit me with child's mind. Don't hit me with the fool's mind. But the gates pretty much go like this. And if you want to get all 10 of them, you just need to find a way to penetrate all 9 of the gates on the subject that you're dealing. But every mind has 9 gates, meaning 9 pathways to enter it.
and I just want to stop you
First,
right there. I want to stop you right there for a second because if I don't say this, I'll forget. I totally understand where you're coming from because I notice now that we're talking about this that my mind frame has changed. I have moved up the ladder, if you will, because I can now sit around people, even if they're watching CNN or whatever they're watching, and I know that it's such bullshit. I no longer speak on it. You know, I kind of just sit there and I just endure everybody around me. And I just realize how close minded they are, how simple minded they are. And I actually will say a prayer and ask Yahweh to guide them as, you know, as I was guided and help them understand that their surroundings are not all about a television. I used to get so angry rather and I used to just leave the room because they're just focused on the wrong thing and the news is just straight propaganda and you know because I can see things and break them down. I know it's a lie and I now know to keep my mouth shut and I learn from them. But I also in the same aspect look back at me and I know I looked like an idiot back in the day because I didn't know any better. You know, it's this is overwhelming. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no worries. We much appreciate it.
You're in
It's
the second gate.
knowing its balance.
Yeah.
And maybe after this, if I have the energy, you had the time, and you had the patience and energy, need to go over the principles of Ma'at, maybe even go over the virtues of Ma'at.
Yeah, definitely. I
But
remember I was talking to you last time. We had a show while I was working. I can do that again.
all right, well, I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
But
Gate two.
the gate.
Mm.
So See, the problem why you haven't, why you might not have been able to have success in the past when you're dealing with certain movements or whatever you want to call it, when you're dealing with different entities. Could be a
Hmm.
dog, could be a rose, could be a tree, could be a cricket, could be a dragonfly, could be a lizard, could be a rabbit, could be a chicken, could be a monkey, could be a man, could be a dog, could be a pig, whatever. Any entity that you're trying to work with. And for all the imaginary people, the people who like imaginary things, people who like conceptual things, spirits, trying to deal with any entity, you had to realize they all operate and you operate through eight, well, nine gates. And that's how you can interact with them through your various nine gates. Right now, I'm talking to you through my fifth gate. The fifth gate. All right. Well, actually, not the fifth. Let's just do this. The first gate is the left eye. The second gate is the right eye. The third gate is the left ear. No, I'm sorry. The left nostril. Fourth gate is the right nostril. The fifth gate is the left ear. The sixth gate is the right ear. The seventh gate is the mouth. The eighth gate is the urethra.
Ouch.
Urethra. I have to turn into a Hispanic when I say that word. But yes, the urethra. And then of course, the ninth gate would be the forbidden
Don't say it.
anus. The forbidden anus. Yes, that's
I
the
knew it.
worst gate. But it is certainly a gate that some people, if you penetrate that gate, you
They're all
access their secret
entryways.
mind. Access their secret mind. Penetrate the ninth gate. No, do not penetrate the ninth gate on the weather behind the cellar. I'm gonna make sure that all the moderators block all those type. But anyhow, the main way you can enter someone's gates on YouTube is, of course, you can enter. What is that though? Fifth and sixth gate easily. You could also enter into the first and second gates or YouTube. So that's really a top heavy gate setup. But if you could access those particular gates on any mind, then you could possibly control the lower gates from a distance. That's why certain people like to go online and
I
see these.
get it. Okay. Yeah. Oh,
They
I'm sorry.
work off their
Yeah.
urethra gate. Get on that eighth gate shit, and all they saw was something in their
Yeah.
first and second gate. They might have heard something in their third or fourth gate.
Yeah. Got
But
you.
they didn't have anything in their fifth. I mean, in their third or fourth. I mean, I'm fifth and sixth.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything in their third or fourth.
I get it. Yes.
But they still were able to control the eighth,
Huh.
and to a certain extent,
Yeah.
really, if you can control the ninth gate if you can. And I know this might sound kind of weird, and I don't. If you need to, just hang up right after you hear this. But you can
No.
you can control somebody's bowel movements to the point where they hold their bowels at all. Then that means you have penetrated psychologically the ninth gate. You make a motherfucking clench their ass. You see,
Mhm.
make them feel some shit up there. You know, it's just like from a distance, just like yeah, whatever that crazy.
They get a whole different meaning for it. You feel me?
Right, you just remind them, hey, you actually do have the nanus, motherfucker. Yeah, you do. Mind you have one from a distance. But so this is how you can well, if you can't get in with somebody that you're trying to get in with, they're not listening to you, meaning that y'all minds are not connecting properly, especially if what you're trying to get them to do is reasonable and good. They're not connecting with you properly. You have to go systematic on them and choose the gates that you're going to work with based on who they are. So if there are people who are strongly controlled by their first and second gate, their eyes, then you would dress a certain way to capture their eyes.
I get it. I get it. Absolutely.
You would create images to capture their eyes.
What kind of person are you though if you want to control their bowels? That type of person is just a control freak, right?
But that's the thing though, the ninth gate really, if you can control that, I mean, you that's like the fear center.
Yeah, that's me as hell though.
You scare the shit out of somebody. That's controlling the ninth gate.
Got it.
But it doesn't always have to be fear. Like remember, every motion is on. All right, so the laws of Hermes state that it's polarity in everything. So there are two sides to every coin. So fear has an opposite side or positive side. You know what I'm saying? The opposite of fear is actually maybe like vigilance. See, they
Yeah.
confuse you when you in the West. They might say the opposite of fear is courage, but that's not necessarily the case. It's more so certain type of courage, vigilance, meaning like now you're no longer afraid. You're just actually eager to see what's there so that you can put justice on it. Or,
That's exactly what I've done in
yeah,
my life.
so you can
Yeah.
bring justice to it.
Mhm.
Bring justice to it. So fear
Mhm.
transforms it to that on the good side. A person who learns to control their fear. That's why you get the expression, and I hate to say it, but you shit on these motherfuckers. You shit on them.
Mhm.
You actually shit on them. You release the ninth gate on them.
Not so pearly white anymore, are they?
You open that ninth gate. We're ready for it. We're ready for the ninth gate. You piss on them. Open the eighth gate on them. You have
Man.
sex with them. You
But
open.
for one individual or being to want that much control over someone is selfish. Unless you're some type of being where just you live off their fear. If it's fear based, then that energy that they put out, you just enjoy. You vibe off of
Well,
their fear.
the whole
That's
theory,
sick.
the whole theory is that I'm attempting to share is one where you can cooperate and work with any mind that you run into. So you might run into a mind that you would consider antagonistic or evil or wicked or whatnot. This is sort of like a rehab where
All right, I'll take that into consideration.
a mediation point where these two worlds can kind of converge, but at the same time we all go into the red pill all the way eventually. You know what I'm saying? And I'm the one here to keep it extremely red pill. Wow. You might bring some purple vibes, and we're gonna have a lot of trolls that's gonna be bringing a lot of purple vibes, and a few people might be on the complete blue. But ultimately, what these tools are to do, well, the idea behind all of this is we're trying to get, we're trying to be systematic about this. So right now, yes, we're using the fifth and the sixth gates.
Okay.
To a certain extent, we're using the first and the second. But if we could get everybody to smoke a cigarette right now or light some incense, we can get a third and a fourth.
Let's just kill ourselves while we get into the third and fourth gates.
Get everybody drinks. Get everybody to have a drink of water or juice or
There you go.
wine. And,
Beer, pizza, and cigarettes. How about that, Ann? Okay, I wrote down some notes while you were talking, and this might not sit well with a lot of people. I brought this up to maybe 2 or 3 of my associates, not even my friends, just affiliates. So I have a theory. Okay, you, me, any of us who are parents, and we are godly. We are a God. Well, first let me reiterate. Let us make man in our image. I don't know why people insist on saying, let me make man in our, because they go with this single God theory, you know, this spirit, this light being. That's what I think Yahweh is, that he didn't have family, or if you will, that's the terminology I'm going to use here on earth. Let us make man in our image, right? Okay. Why would one God, Yahweh, create a child through a birth that had no, he had this seed was born. What's the word I'm looking for? She was pregnant, but she's, come on, help me out, Llewellyn. It's through a wet pregnancy. What's the word? Get a human being pregnant with your seed. I'm talking about Yahweh impregnating Mary at the age of 15. Force her to have a child unwillingly. This child is born. Get a human being pregnant with your seed. I'm talking about Yahweh. What happened there?
What?
I just heard myself talk, and I wasn't talking. That was like after we had like a time lapse there, a few seconds.
Oh, okay.
Okay, anywho, you would do this. Now, you're God Almighty. Or, you know, we worship you. We love you. You love us. But you would impregnated a woman, a teenager at the age of 15. Forced her to have a child. Call it Jesus. Only time that we know about it in the good book is his birth, and then he disappears until he's 30. And then the poor man is crucified for saying he was the son of God, of Yahweh. But God loves us, right? If this was true, would any of us do that? Would you sacrifice your child? Cross, allow him to just be. God, they did things to him in the book. Now that is, I've never known for anybody to be done. You know, usually they just shoot you in the back of the head, execute you. The point to save us from our choices, our sins that we did. Nice page, Hope. Would one do that to your child? I have a problem with that. And my mother was Catholic, bless her heart, and she used to always say, don't you ever question God. Don't ever question his doings. Well, I feel like I have a mind state that I can do that. So I don't question him individually. I'm questioning the story in this book. But God loves us. But he had his own child sacrificed. I don't understand that. I do not agree, and I don't believe it. If this did take place, and there were a whole lot of Jesuses and crucifixions going on before our Jesus. People need to understand that. Do some research. You'll find out. The Chinese had one. Koreans had one. I mean, everybody had one. Okay, and my perception of this could it be that Jesus really was God? If this being did take place and was put on the cross and crucified, you know, and not even asking to be born into the world. So you impregnate someone, you throw them on earth, and then they disappear and they come back and you crucify them. Does that make any real sense to anybody? I mean, logically look at that. But God loves us. I love me too, but I would never, I don't care who asks me anything, I would never crucify any of my children. To prove for our sins, some of the choices that we made. People, don't y'all see a problem with that? You know, like we're going to worship the person who allowed his own child to be sacrificed. See, where's the truth in that?
One thing I think we have to also consider is that when we're dealing with children or we're dealing with people who are operating more so on the child's mind level,
Mm-hmm.
we have to tell them something to appease their childlike mind, or else they're gonna bug us.
Yeah, but that just made it okay for everybody else to go kill their kids. You
Which one?
understand the
Kill?
mind frame that people have because God allowed it. If it happened, I don't believe it truly happened. This is where the controversy comes in. I did a video on this one time and I had to delete it because I was, oh my Lord, the trolls. I believe when they talk about the Son, when they call him Jesus, I believe they're talking about our Son. I believe the three kings are stars. And if you follow all of that in the Bible, I mean, with astronomy, the story of Jesus does make sense. The story of the sun makes sense. S-U-N, sun being in our sky, but S-O-N, same sun. If you do, I wish I could show you all my research. Maybe one day I'll do a whole show on it, just read it page to page. My conclusion is Jesus did not walk this earth. And I know it says in the Bible, only way to get to Yahweh is through me. Why didn't Yahweh just come himself? Maybe Jesus was God. Maybe that was really him in a human body. And he's the one that went under all of that abuse. But for him to allow us on this planet to perceive that you did this with your child, wasn't there any other way, any other options? You destroyed the earth. You know, you got rid of them, but your son was still sacrificed. But you still got rid of them. Why did you just get rid of them? The fallen angels, the giants, the Nephilims. Why didn't you just get rid of them in the first place? Why did your son have to go through all of that for our sins when we ended up dying for our sins as beings anyway? Do you understand what I'm asking? And I wish that someone would come to me and tell me why and make me understand, because I have a love for my children that is undeniably, unconditionally. And I would never in a million years let them die for anybody else's sins. But God so loved the world that he gave us that. You gave us horror. It's a horror story. There's nothing good about that. For you to sacrifice your own child, that's selfish. You should do it yourself. Come down here and do it yourself. Why would you create a whole nother being that has nerves, has feelings, and allow him to be crucified in such a manner? Why even create him, period? Come down here and do it yourself. That's what I'm asking people. For y'all to believe in this book and still worship the being who allowed this to happen is a sin to me. I don't believe, this is where I think the book got changed over the years. I mean, did Jesus walk into a building that has a steeple on it? No. He walked around and preached, let it be told. You know, and he was not the only healer on earth, from let it be told. The story makes no sense, and it brings no kind of closure to me. This is why I'm glad we still have the internet while we do, because the closer these planets get, you take two magnets and you put them together, what happens, guys? They resist one another. And all that's about to hit the fan. And I don't want people worshiping a fake God. I believe with all my soul that there is a being, there is an entity that has given me the opportunity to be here, and it is much appreciated. But I'm not going by no book to get to heaven. That's how I feel about it. I don't believe our God is a selfish God. I don't believe you're condemned to this place called hell. I think if you don't reach your next realm, you got to repeat the same stuff. That's what deja vu is for.
Now about the book thing,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the books are very important. We can't.
Yeah, if it's written by an author who actually signs it. Jesus didn't sign off. Yeshua didn't sign off on that, nor did Yahweh.
The reason why I say it's important is because it's like, okay, just think of it like a library.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much so that every book in there is
Accurate.
non-fiction. It's not like everything is non-fiction. You have non-fiction books, you have fiction books.
I look at it like this, Llewellyn. If
To
you
a certain extent,
Go ahead.
The fiction is valuable because it kind of tells you what could happen or what might have happened. So really, it's just kind of like a. And the main thing is, key thing is you want to have as many books as you can so that you can compare facts. So
Absolutely.
I wouldn't want, but I would say that there is one particular book that certainly outranks all other books, and that's the book of life, the book of your life,
Mm-hmm.
the book of every individual person's life. That's the most important book that actually is not written in normal cases. Most people
But it's
don't
an
write.
autobiography. It would be written by us, an individual, not written by 50 other men. Llewellyn, if you and I were to walk into, if we,
If you don't write it, if a person doesn't stand up and write their life out,
Mhm.
it's it's bound to be someone else is going to write it out.
Oh, absolutely. And they're not going to get it correct because, Llewellyn, if you and I was to walk into a movie theater, or anybody listening to this in the chat room, if we were to walk into a movie theater, we know each other, we're friends. You sit on one side, I'll sit on the other side. We do not communicate. 9 times out of 10, we're not going to have the exact same perception of that movie. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want you writing a book about me because you're not me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, the ending of the movie, you might have perceived it a different way. Okay, just like the Bible, I perceive it a different way than you guys do. I'm not saying you guys, but the majority of the people, they think it's okay that Yahweh did this. I do not. My perception is different. That doesn't make me
Right.
a bad person.
Basically, what you call it is it's the book of Tammy, the book of China Miss John,
Absolutely.
and it's up to you to write it in whatever way you want to write it. You have already written many chapters in the book of Tammy.
My legacy.
All you have to do is look at your YouTube channel, and people will see the different
Hmm.
verses that are inside the book of Tammy.
And see, this
And
is where I go back to the Mayans. I go back to the, Atlantis, the sunken city. The Egyptian, the pyramids. They left us that to read, to study, to know that Nibiru is here. That winged planet is. They have that thing carved everywhere, but you got to know exactly what you're looking at. There's different symbols that mean different things to them, and I think that they waited for us. They were ancient, and some of us had to, as you said, we had to open certain doors and go to different levels within our soul to understand the writing. I mean, hell, they had light bulbs. I mean, because you can't carry a torch all the way down in those pyramids because you have no oxygen to keep the torch burning. And if you look at them, you wouldn't know it was a light bulb until you actually have looked at a light bulb and put in reference to it and put it up beside you. Of course, there's so many things about those pyramids that are just fascinating. They fascinate the hell out of me. The Mayans calendar. Everybody thought, December the 21st, 2012 was going to end. No, I never said that. It was definitely a change. That started our pole shift. And they told us that in certain ways. And the Bible doesn't have any of that. I don't see any carvings. I don't see any plates. I don't see, we see the 10 Commandments. That's it. But really, did they really come from what they say? I don't trust anybody anymore. I'm just saying everybody should look at it differently. And I don't think, and I hope and pray that my kids don't think like, oh, it's okay. This is how I'm going to prove. I am going to prove that I love you by crucifying you for everybody else's sins. That just don't make no sense. I think everybody should communicate more and give their feelings because there has to be some of y'all out there that think like me. And the only way to bring this to attention is to get everybody together and let's talk about it. And does it make any sense with our emotions? We are physical beings. We are emotional. And then the fact that Mary, his mother, was at his feet during the crucifixion. Now, that's just horrible. That should rip a mother's heart out. What did she do to deserve that? You give her this child and then you crucify him in front of her and take him? I don't think that my Lord would do that. You know, Mary did absolutely nothing to nobody. Neither did Yeshua. I'm just saying, don't take the book, don't judge it by its cover because it says Bible. Really read it. You have to, don't just read it, understand it, and keep reading it. If you don't understand a word in there, Google it. That's what it's here for. And don't pass that word until you understand it, because you're not going to understand the next word. If you don't get that, you can't understand or know where you're going in the future if you don't completely know your past. Now, that's controversial, I understand, but hey, get over it. Get in touch with your feelings. You gotta love you. When you love yourself enough, like I do, it's not about how I look. It's not about what I've done in my life. It's not about how well I dance. It's not about who I know. I'm going to be selfish in that manner. Because you really can't truly love yourself. And if Yahweh, Spirit being there was, if he loved himself, he would never sacrifice his child. So, I don't believe that existed. I don't. It feels good to say that too, finally.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm just, well,
I don't know if you hear the
go ahead.
music tonight, Miss Jones, but I think your voice,
I hear it.
the voice over the voice, your beautiful voice over this music is making a lot of energy come out.
I love you, Llewellyn. You're just so awesome. I need you to do a intro for my videos.
Yeah, I might, maybe I'll just design a track just for it.
I would appreciate that.
Choose the notes how you want, because each note actually activates a different part. So like it's like if you're trying to use the fifth gate and the sixth gate, you can use a certain note to activate other gates from the fifth and the sixth. All you had to do is play a certain sound.
Right. When you started doing that, I paused for a moment because I was like, damn, that really sounds good with me over the music talking about what I was talking about. That was great. And see, music it brings attention, it brings back memories, just like your senses. When you hear a song, don't you go way back, go, I remember that? And it brings back emotions, smells, do the same exact thing. Words, you hear them, do the same exact thing. Just takes you back for a slight moment.
Right. You use the fifth and the sixth gate in order to enter into the mind. So no matter what mind frame we were on before the other sound came on, you have, by just this sound coming on, your mind frame has increased up at least one level. So if we were on a child's mind, now we're on a dead man's mind.
I felt it though. Like I wanted to keep talking, but then I remember how you used to always correct me about rambling. Like the reason your channel's not doing so good is because you ramble.
Let me tell you this. Let me say this. One of the reasons I turn the music on is because sometimes people can't respect or hear your authority when you're speaking with authority if they don't know you. And so they say, okay, we need to dismiss what this person is saying because they have no authority. Right. So you have to ask the question, how can you create authority for a person who seems to not have authority? Well, one of the places that we draw authority from is actually, we draw authority from IQ or intelligence.
Absolutely.
We would say that a person who is intelligent, who has more intelligence than you, should have more authority over you if you are a reasonable person. If they have more intelligence, that means they can do more for you than you can for them. You're going to say they have more authority. You're going to listen to them. They're smarter than you.
Exactly. And people need to realize that. Yeah, people need to realize that some people are so self-centered. They're like, oh, she thinks she know everything. No, I don't know everything. But if you would listen, you might just come up and be like, actually pay attention to what I'm saying. Don't look at me. That's why I stopped wearing low-carb shirts. That's why I stopped wearing makeup on my videos, because I realized it was more of my looks than it was anything. It wasn't listening to me. And as you play that music, because it is universal, it actually could. Growing up, I could remember a song in a heartbeat, but I couldn't remember my damn spelling test.
So look, what I'm saying is, what we're doing is giving you a platform of authority through the use of intelligence. How am I using intelligence to give you authority? I'm using intelligence to create music.
Absolutely.
And music is not easy to create unless you possess intelligence. So
Wow.
it's a platform of authority
Hmm.
because an idiot cannot make certain music. They just won't be able to do it.
Right.
They'll try and they will fail. At least when it comes to musical intelligence, you see. So
It
sometimes
is.
it,
Yep.
but musical intelligence says a lot. It says that okay, at least this person can comprehend time, rhythm,
I
and
think.
pitch and tone.
Yes. Life
And
is
those are three very strong concepts for people to grasp or master.
absolutely.
Time, rhythm, and frequency or tone. That's half of the Hermetic law right there. Proven. Fact. It's a fact.
Life is
It's
truly a
something that can't,
rhythm.
it's something that can't be disputed. That's why there's 7 notes. You see what I'm saying? Even though there are
Absolutely.
5 minor notes. So it's 12 in total. But it's frequency. A person who understands music understands frequency.
Right.
They understand time and they understand rhythm.
Absolutely.
So that means they have at least some sort of authority. By playing this music, and I shouldn't have interrupted you because what you were
No.
saying was so accurate and so on point.
And when I heard the music, I just started flowing. Like I was putting my feelings into it, and the music encouraged me to do it even more. Like I didn't even care who was listening.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
Normally, I'd be like, "Oh, maybe I said the wrong thing, or maybe I lose a follower." It's not about how many people follow me on my channel. It's if you're listening. If I could get one person, not to agree with me, but to at least think about it, then I did good that day. I did good. I want you to look up at your surroundings and know that we are inhabited with another solar system, and it's going to wreak havoc. And it's just a cleansing of the earth. Same thing with the dinosaurs, same thing with Noah, same thing. The earth, and some of us are going to go with it. Unfortunately, I don't know why he made the deal with Lucifer like he did, if that's even true. But who the hell wants to be here afterwards? I don't want to be. I don't want to be here until it's replenished, until all the volcano ash is just gone, and the earth is all that lava is turning to beautiful islands and land again, and pure and fresh air. Oh, like you're standing on top of a mountain. Pollution, you know, and our ozone. Our ozone is gone. Half of our atmosphere is knocked off, and none of y'all even know it because you know why? CNN didn't tell you, NBC didn't tell you, CBS didn't tell you. You know why? Because they're puppets. They're controlled. They have scripts. They read scripts every single day. They're not out here in the real world. They're not doing what we do because they're already scripted. Their path leads them straight to hell. And if y'all keep following that and keep up with the Kardashians and keep up with everything else, all these reality TVs ain't nothing but abuse. Everybody fighting everywhere. You're sitting in front of the television, okay, eating popcorn and drinking beer and can't wait for the next fight. Why not have a reality show where it's just like the Brady Bunch? Why was that boring to anybody? Because there was no drama. You know, it was two families coming together and making a whole. Even though they weren't blood related, their sisters and brothers loved each other unconditionally. Go all the way back if you want to Father Knows Best. There wasn't no drama on TV then. Everybody didn't look forward to that. You look forward to getting up and watching I Love Lucy and stuff like that. My decade anyway. Now, if I had a baby at this time of my life, it would not be allowed to watch television. I'm sorry. That TV is evil as money is. That's another thing. Money, people. America's the only country I know that will write on a piece of paper, save our trees. Really? Does that not bring some kind of reality to you? And look at our animals. Look at the wildlife. They're being ran out because of all these underground homes that they're making. There's cities underground. Y'all start with the Denver airport. I mean, psychologically, when you walk in there, it's nothing but evil. I would probably throw up if I walked in there. I'd be so overwhelmed with evil. It's written all over the walls and the murals, and there's even gators, alligators everywhere. I mean, the reptilians, hey, they're leader geniuses for these mechanisms that they're using in the sky to hide these planets. Total geniuses. If y'all want to follow somebody that has lied to y'all all your life, y'all keep reading that book. But y'all reading it in such a way that you're taught. Y'all, some people read it once and they think they got it. No, you didn't. You read footnotes. That's what you did. We all know we cheated on book reports when we were younger. Get the footnotes and write it all down. And you still passed. Same thing the elite wants you to do. They want you to be blinded as a bat. And you stay. You just stay right where you are. So we can cattle your ass up and ship you off. Because this is their planet and they want it to be a certain amount of people here. And that's another thing with our pineal gland, pituitary gland, that you know what I'm talking about. These chemtrails that they are spraying us with every single day. Fluoride? Are you serious? Fluoride makes us dumb, and we're going to be easier to control when shit hits the fan. And they know this. That's how intelligent they are. You know, and with autism, people, here I go again. Autism comes from fucking with our DNA. It comes from, excuse my language, but it comes from mixing our DNA with dolphins. That's why people with autism only respond to like colors and balls like dolphins. But they're really intelligent inside. They just can't communicate because certain parts of their DNA don't exist anymore. It's replaced. Same thing with all these creatures that are washing up on the oceans. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all don't know about that because CNN ain't told you. But we have so many creatures washing up in our ocean that have the human DNA with their DNA. They might have 5 legs, 2 eyes, and 5, I don't know.
6 foot plus, 6 figure. They got what? Yeah, bitches, but money made us swallow that. I'll just play it.
I lie.
That's disgusting. Let me rewind that.
Yeah.
In the time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Big shout out to Basim Shams. I make it through the mind control. I'll be the one who stands here longer than the rest. When my landscape changes, rearranges, I'll be stronger than I've ever been. Perfect stillness, more sunlight. Everything's gonna be all right. I know there's gonna be a change. Better find a way up out your fears. If you wanna come with me, then that's the way that it's gotta be. Straight up brain fuck. We don't give a damn about you globe cucks or you motherfucking purple pillars. After all, we're the real dealers. Yeah, I'm waking you from your sleep. Oh, so deep. I feel like Morpheus. Pop this red pill, there's no need to win through arguments. Lights, camera, action, all the world's a stage. Just how long will it take for you to see that you've been played? Might as well call me Moses, here to free the slaves, bringing you freedom from the ball and a motherfucking chain. What a shame. They have no common sense. They were brainwashed of it. They have a goat's mind. That's why I call them kids.
And you know what, people, I want everybody to understand that I'm not saying that that book is evil by no means. Because somewhere in there, people, beings, the Anunnaki, Sumerians, and their tablets have foretold the future. They have told us what's going to happen. You just got to know what you're looking for. Just because it says, it could say anything and it means something else. You have to really look into it. They talk about when they call it Planet X. What, baby? Hold on just a minute. I see because you wore them too tight. Go back in the house and I'll be in there in a minute. Planet 9. They call Planet X Planet 9. 9, the number 9, in biblical terms, means destruction. Destroyer. Nemesis means star, of course. What was the other one? Oh, no, you don't. Come back this way. Come back in the house. Oh, in a minute. I know she didn't bring it yet. Hold on. Let's see, crossing. Nibiru
Not,
means crossing.
and they're so obvious. The Earth is flat, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist. They say we're Freemasons and we follow Satan. That we're Illuminati and goddamn Nazis. That which is straight does not curve.
And the
Facts.
Earth is not flat. It's not flat like a plate. It's not. That's not it. It's like an eye. This is my perception from doing. It looks like it truly looks like an eyeball.
Tell me if the Earth is flat. Do you really know? Tell me if the Earth is flat. I'm about to have a baby and I want to teach it facts. When was the last time you actually took a science class in a real live debate? How long would you last on a ball earth? You're gonna fall fast. By the laws of physics and the code of linguistics, it's really common sense. And I'm concerned you don't get it.
Don't get it. I mean, and just like with CERN, come on now, it has the Desert of Destruction. What is her name? Standing out. I'm sorry, my godchild just came out here and blew my mind because she heard you cursing. I was trying to walk away. She's like,
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. She said, it's okay, Mimi. I hear it all the time. I said, okay. Um, the Desert of Destruction has outside of CERN. What's her name? Come on, Louie, help me out.
I don't know.
The Goddess of Destruction. Somebody in the chat
Wonder
room.
Woman. Wonder Woman.
No, silly rabbit. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Diana.
No. Someone in the chat,
Hera.
what's her name? The Goddess of Destruction. She has like 4 arms. She's right outside of CERN.
Shiva.
Shiva, that's it, yes.
That's God though.
Yeah, is that not a telltale sign?
About Kali.
No, I'm talking about, Shiva, the God of Destruction.
Shiva is Shiva the Destroyer. Okay.
Okay, yeah, she's posted up right in the courtyard of CERN. And if you look at the CERN symbol, it's 666. Just like, okay, I'm gonna go there. Just like with all of our
Somebody in the chat said Lilith.
I'm not familiar with Lilith, but I would definitely Google her.
Lilith is primordial, like pre
Pull up, sir. Can you pull up CERN now
Hebrew.
on your laptop, Llewellyn?
I'm working on some other stuff right now. Maybe in a second.
The symbol is 666. Just like the Apple computers. Why do you think there's a byte taken out of it? Come on now, because that goes back to Adam and Eve, where the byte was taken out, and all of a sudden evil took over. And the first Apple computer cost $6,666.66. You can Google that. The signs are there; they're everywhere. If you a CNN, it says it's red. It says CNN, and then underneath says live. Take a mirror to it. Put it up there. It says evil 32. There's all kind of subliminal messages. Your Chrome symbol 666 is all in there. That's why you have the hole in the middle is the sun, and then you have 666 around it. It's all out there, every bit of it. You just have to open up your eyes, really open your eyes, and indulge in nothing but history. And you too will see what I see. This is why I can't even watch commercials. I can't do it. And people who get cloned, like Beyonce, went from Beyonce to Sasha Fierce. She don't even look the same.
This just in live broadcasting from the Flat Earth Corrections Facility. We have China Mrs. Jones giving us insight on CERN and other topics that relate to purple pillars and red pillars. Please make yourself comfortable, share, like, subscribe, and all of that. Check out China Mrs. Jones also. Keep going on, man.
What else? I was on it, doggone it.
I threw you off.
I know, right? And my godchild is talking to me. Keep playing your music and give me a moment. Yes, Daddy.
Let's see.
It's okay. That's why. What did I tell you about them W words? Know why and know what? I know when. Okay. While you're playing you go ahead and talk for a moment. I'm gonna go ahead and update on my Google because I just got two texts from my friends and was like, "Are you really live?" I'm like, "Yeah." So let me refresh that. Well, tell me about some subliminal messages that you're aware of, Llewellyn.
I'm not aware of any subliminal messages.
Not at all. Not even in commercials.
No, I don't watch commercials normally. So if there are subliminal messages in them, I didn't see it. So if you
Ah.
see a commercial that you want me to investigate,
Each and every one of them. What some people can look into is were you able to pull up sign? That's what I need for you to do so I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. Um,
I'm not really concerned with CERN.
okay. Thanks for your honesty.
Not concerned with CERN. Not at this time. Really
Let me update
concerned
these real quick.
the more elementary concepts. I want to really push that.
What's going on in the chat room?
I'm not even paying attention to the chat room right now.
Exactly what are you doing, dear? What the heck was that?
You gonna see
And do you know that all presidents, including some celebrities, have the same bloodline?
nothing going on in the chat room. No one's chatting right now. Wiz Laws said they got the wrong apple, in my opinion. Thorn apple. He says
I believe it was a.
apple. Thorn apple. You know about the thorn apple?
I don't believe it was an apple tree that they ate from either. It was a fig tree. But just as persuasive as Lucifer is now within all of us, he was then too. When he persuaded her to do what she was told not to do.
We got to get this loot up, Don. Word is life, Don.
Well, I'll tell you what, this has definitely been enlightening for me. I needed this. Because, you know, my channel, I have to pretty much stay more cordial.
I got you stuck off the flatness. We be the infamous, you heard of us. Official flat earth warriors. The few comes equipped for warfare. Prepare up the flat earth family. We got enough facts to share for all those who want to profile and pose. Watch you lose face as we debunk the globe. You all alone in this sector, cousin. For every man. What? 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 I'm just looking over these little lyrics here.
I think it's sad that a lot of people, when anybody says flat earth, they automatically think, well, I get a lot. Well, you know, you've been in an airplane. You can see that it's round. No, you can't. You can't see past the horizon. They think it's so flat you can fall off.
Right. It is crazy how they do that, though. They got people scared to actually look out the window, scared to look at the horizon because they're so caught up in the
Well,
globe psychology. and the
You know,
psychology of the globe.
what's really going to scare them is when they look at the horizon and the chemtrails are no longer, well, chemtrails are already failing because they're too close and they're way too big. Way too big. And that aluminum can only last for so long. And I just found out that they have cloaking clothes, like clothes that will really cloak your entire body from head to toe. Come to find out, it also has aluminum particles in it. So, put one and one together, that's exactly what they're doing with the chemtrails. Now, beside that, when we breathe this in, it sticks to our spine. If you were to go to the doctor right now and he was to take something out of your nostril, some saliva or out of your mouth even, you will see aluminum particles in there. These things stick to the top of your spine, which causes autism. Severe autism. I mean, not autism, I'm so sorry. Oh, Jesus, I'm lost for words again. Causes dementia and Alzheimer's. Yeah, because it's messing with your gland. Yeah, they're just killing us slowly. Very slowly. And the chip is very, very, everybody thinks that the mark of the beast is the chip that goes in your hand. This is not true, in my belief. The mark of the beast to me is the television, the news. That's like the mark of the beast because it keeps you so self-centered and focused only on what's going on through that television and not your surroundings. It's keeping you from reading any kind of book that's going to give you any kind of knowledge on how to survive and what exactly is going on around you. Anything that controls you, the computer, the internet, all of that. Like half of us can't walk around without our phone. You lose your mind. Oh my God, I lost my phone. I'm freaking out. But, or if your TV goes out, oh my God, what am I going to do? Read a book. Pray. Go take a walk. What do you think people did before all this technology? They maintained. They were family oriented. They didn't have anything to pull them away from their family. They ate at the same table. Now people just take cell phones and they separate in the house. Go to your rooms and eat. Go to the living room and eat. Nobody eats together anymore. They don't pray together. And I truly believe that family prays together. I used to be embarrassed to pray. I used to be embarrassed to pray. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, y'all.
Right.
So, technology is the mark of the beast. There is a chip, though. Everybody, if you don't have this chip, when the FEMA camps want you, it's a wrap. It's going to be a cashless America. There's not going to be any more cash. You're going to have a chip in your right hand, in between your index finger and your thumb. That is your passport. That is your wallet. That's your license. That's your bank account card. That is everything. Just like futuristics. You go to the airport, run your hand through it. You just paid for your trip.
Look, scared to death. Read the books. They shook. Cause ain't no such thing as curvature, you crooks. Scared to death. Scared to look. Living life with horizontal bonds. There's numerous ways you could choose the earth fuzz. Some get dots locked down and made fun of. Illogical minds and straight up shook ones. Global pawns. He ain't a globe head. He's just a global pawn.
We only fear the unknown. If you know, then you're not scared anymore because you can handle the situation. You don't depend on anybody but yourself to absorb this knowledge in the correct manner. Don't look over half of it. You got to start at the beginning and complete the entire mission. Or you're just going to be the same person you were when you started in the first place if you don't learn from it. And there's so many translators on the internet now, and a lot of people are like, well, I don't understand the Bible, and thee, thou, and I. You have to Google it. Use your resources right now while you can, while our electric grid is still up. Because when it goes down, it's a wrap for the majority of us who are wrapped up in televisions and anything electronic. I'm telling you what, I do not mind living in a house with no electricity and running water. I don't mind it. I really don't. I mean, I think it's absolutely okay to have my own garden, grow my own food, get up every single day and just go out to the garden and pick my food and make food for my family. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as we have running water. And if we don't, hell, go bathe in the stream. It has been done. And when it was done, it was wholesome. It was so wholesome. People loved each other. They had nothing else to do but just love each other. And I think that's the way it should be. It used to be, but I hope that's the way the new earth is going to be. All this technology is nothing but trouble. I mean, how many of you actually have dropped your phone and just been pissed? How am I going to do this? And how am I going to do that? You know, I just want everybody to be okay within themselves and know that you can survive without all of this technology. You can. All you need is a horse to get letters back and forth like they used to do. Who don't like to ride horses these days? I mean, go back to where we used to be, people.
Niggas who ain't got no feelings. For truth seekers who ain't got no feelings.
And
word is born, China Miss Jones. Word is born.
My word is born, in my belief.
Loot up. We're gonna get this loot up. That's right.
Just like 9/11, people, my belief is if there was a Yeshua that walked this earth, it was something to do with 9/11.
Look off the flatness. We be
His
there.
birthday was on December 25th.
Heard of us. Heard of us.
I don't even want to tell y'all what Easter really means. When you guys celebrate Easter, y'all are celebrating Satan. Easter has everything to do with the ladies. Are you listening? It has everything to do with our menstrual period. Estrogen. Easter has everything to do with it.
We got enough facts, sure. For all those who want to profile a pose. Watch you lose faces, you debunk the globe, we're gonna dunk it like a basketball, you know what I'm saying? Y'all alone in this sector.
And then look at how we lied to our kids, people. I think I did a video on this. I don't know if it's still posted, but I mean, you had my way right now. I would never lie to my kids about no fat man in a red suit coming down the chimney and giving them gifts. What happens there is if you're poor, like I was growing up, straight out of Techwood right here in Atlanta, Georgia, I was upset when I didn't get anything because I thought I was bad. I'm like, was I a bad kid? All I got was some hair bones and nothing in my stocking. It affects us so differently. We were poor. So my mom couldn't say, I couldn't afford to buy you anything, Tam, you know? I felt like, no, Santa didn't bring me anything because I was a bad girl. That's so friggin' wrong to do that to our children. The Easter Bunny, same thing, same scenario. A bunny, really, with eggs in a basket? How is that celebrating the third day that Yeshua rose from the grave? That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. And everybody goes to church. And it's supposed to be, you're only supposed to really worship him in a house of worship on a Sunday. It is a sin, supposed to be, to do it any other day. You're supposed to work, take care of your family, and love one another, and grow. Not take a Wednesday off of work to go to church to worship him. He said, do it on a Sunday. And people are like, oh, well, God made the earth in 7 days. No, 7,000 years. Get it right. every year to us is 1,000 years to there. I know that probably didn't make sense to y'all without some credentials, but it's the misperception. It's the way we have been taught. But if you do research, it's out there. People have died to get this information out to us. People are still dying. I think it's 17 scientists were killed not too long ago from CERN. And now we have Marines and Navy SEALs that are on their deathbed. These men are like 80, 90 years old. And they are putting out videos left and right telling you everything. Because they can no longer threaten them. Their family was already gone without they're about to pass. So they're putting it out there and they're telling it all. All about Area 51. All about everything that's about to pop off. I just want y'all to be prepared. Start saving. And a lot of people might be embarrassed to start saving things. If you're embarrassed, Still take care of yourself. Save it in a different place. Hell, go build you a shed. Go buy a shed, put it in your backyard, and just start stacking. What's the worst that can happen? Tell me. The worst thing that can happen is you're overstocked with food and supplies that you need anyway. I'm just saying, be prepared. Because ain't nobody going to help y'all. No one. FEMA camps, I mean, you got to Google it. FEMA trucks were pulled in front of Walmarts as we speak. I think in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I know it's in California. They're shutting down all Walmarts because they're concentration camps. They're going to say, we will help you. Come on in. You're not coming out, people. You're not coming out. If you are not worthy of that being Luciferian beliefs, you're not coming out. Conquer and divide. Just like those tablets say in Georgia. Exactly what they're going to do. My concern is, not a concern, but why are the elite going underground to their bunkers when Yellowstone is going to erupt? I think that they got it wrong here. I think that they got it twisted. They're like, oh, snap, we are too close to Yellowstone. I don't think that they knew that these planets were going to cause the magnetic fields that it's causing now to make Yellowstone erupt. So I think that they got to rethink their plan. I'm just saying, even they made mistakes. But it is popping off, y'all. Please Google it. Watch my channel. Also, let me go ahead and put it out there for Chris Potter, you guys. Awesome. WSO. Awesome. And you can also Google Scott from the Nibiru channel. Every day he does earthquakes live. The monitoring the fake earth. But still, you can see every earthquake that's happening. The information is out there, people. You have to apply yourself. Apply yourself. Don't be scared. You can even do it alone. I know a lot of people are scared because they don't want people to know that they're actually doing this kind of research. I look at you like you're better than yourself because you're going to have knowledge to survive after all of this happens. And you're going to look up at these planets and be like, wow. You know, if you can acknowledge it, do it because you're not going to be scared anymore. We're only scared of the unknown. If you know you're going to blow it off, be like, all right, well, let something happen. I got my food. I'm ready. I got my pistols because martial law kicking in. That's why they try to take all of our weapons in America, y'all. So we can't defend ourselves. They're also going to start putting stickers on mailbox. I think it was green, orange, and yellow. And that categorizes you, whether you live, die, or be slaved. Damn, this feels good to get out. I mean, it's what I'm saying is not incredibly impossible, is it, people? Could I possibly be right about something? Stop watching the soap operas on TV. Stop watching that news. Do your own research. And also, go outside. Take pictures. I know some of you in the chat, or I don't know how many are there, but you have to see red skies. You've had to see it at some point or another.
Yeah, exactly.
This was good. And no more fluoride. Why do they put fluoride in baby water when we were raised to think that fluoride was so good for our teeth? They don't even have any. You start early.
Yeah, we kind of ignore the damage that gets done, but a lot of people can't smile.
Yep. And you know what? We categorize, we stereotype them people because we think, okay, well, society has taught us that if you got really bad teeth at a young age, you've done crack all your life, or you've done some type of drug, or you didn't brush your teeth. Kinsley, stop. Sorry. You use no hygiene. You need to take care of yourself. When clearly, it's the fluoride. Not that it ate your teeth up, but it made you so slow and just so overwhelmed that you didn't brush your teeth, or your pineal gland in your head is the part of your body that detaches when you do pass. When you pass on, it detaches and it releases not TMJ, DMT. That has everything to do with your spirit, your soul, or this is what they remove. They can do this. They can make it. Kinsley Arden, move. Never mind. Hold on, guys. My God, y'all just insist on being heard, I guess. Okay. Not just that. Stop eating fast food, people. Okay, I'm gonna put this out there too. Y'all go ahead and call me crazy again. You know, they've done plenty of studies. Of course, they say it on CNN, so you know how to believe me. Especially McDonald's. They have found human DNA in the burgers. And then they take the burger and they put it in what would be our stomach acid. And if you watch exactly how this thing disintegrates in your body, it is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. They getting you immune to human food. Human being a cannibal. It all goes back to the reptilians. Again, I'm not asking y'all to believe. I'm just asking y'all to take it into consideration that the world that you know is not as it seems. Not at all. You know how we can take candy from a baby? Use of reverse psychology. That's what they do.
Yep.
And if they can make life any easier for you with all these electronics, that's what they do. So you can't survive without it. You know, a lot of people don't know how to make their own energy. A lot of people don't know that you could take a rope of copper and tie it around a tree, wait for a lightning storm to come, and when the lightning does hit that tree, it will replenish your garden. That's a Tesla. Tesla was another great being.